And we're just going to give everyone a few minutes to join in here, and then we will get started. This lovely Friday. Sharon, you're probably really enjoying that 79 degrees. Love it. We have a sunny day in Boston, so, and let's hope next week for everyone joining us in person, it will be lovely the whole time we're here. I'm knocking on wood as I say that. Oh boy, in our Texas 108. Wonder if we have any of our Phoenix folks on. Wonder if it's the 115 like yesterday. Big one in San Fran. All right, we have a few more folks joining in, and we'll get started here in like 1 minute or two. Thanks for joining us all the way from Australia. I know it's like, is it 6 a.m., 7 a.m.? It was fairly early. Oh, you can unmute.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You're our first presentation up too. So it's bright and early. You're in Australia, right?
It is, yes. It's still totally dark out there.
Oh no. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. We're in the middle of winter here, or what passes for winter up here in the tropics.
Oh boy.
So we're having a remarkably cool spell at the moment for the tropics. Usually we don't get down this low. And we're in Celsius, of course. We're not in Fahrenheit here.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone's complaining about how cold it is.
And then you have
there's no snow here, you know.
There's no snow. Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's not cold.
No.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for being here. Okay, I think we had our some of our folks, there's still folks joining, and we'll let them in as they come about. But to get us started for day 2 of the AGS conference, our virtual component, today we are going to have 3 panel sessions, as well as our cemetery cocktail mixology class at the end of today as well, to get us started on a good weekend Friday night cocktail session. Although in Australia, I'm sorry, it'll be an early morning cocktail session. But we're going to get started with our first panel session. That is Stories in Cemeteries. So the first presentation we're going to have is In Memory of Love, the Springthorpe Memorial in Australia as Haptic Memoryscape by Dr. Christopher Spicer. So I will get my screen shared here in a second. We'll play the presentation, and then we'll go through the other 2 presenters as well. And then at the end, we'll have Q&A for all 3 at once. And as I mentioned yesterday, for folks who joined us, feel free to drop questions in the chat as we go, so the presenters can see those and have answers prepared for those questions that come through. And as always, you'll be able to raise your hand during the Q&A part if you want to ask your question live to our presenters. So bear with me for a second as I share my screen and get this to play.
Good morning to everyone from the Australian tropics. I would like to thank the organisers of this conference for the opportunity to speak to you about one of Australia's most remarkable and significant works of art and memory, the Springthorpe Memorial. While I want to discuss the historical and artistic significance of this memorial today, I also want to talk to you about its significance as an element in our memoryscape, that complex association of our memory with tangible space and place around us. Now you can see here Dante Gabriel Rossetti's painting of the Blessed Damozel, who's leaning on the golden bar of heaven with stars in her hair, 3 lilies in her arms, and these are symbols that are referred to in the memorial. So hold that picture in your mind. The memorial is situated on a high rise of land in Australia's first landscape garden cemetery, the Boroondara Cemetery in the Melbourne suburb of Kew. There is now an intriguing sense of mystery about this memorial because there is no name to be seen on it, just a series of dates inscribed on the red tiled floor, illuminated by the sunlight streaming down through the stained glass dome, along with verses of praise and lament for a much-loved mother and wife. And some of those lines, as you can see in the picture on the right, are taken from Rossetti's poem, The Blessed Damozel, who's leaning out through the golden bar of heaven with the lilies in her hand and the stars in her hair that are 7. Love shall live with us, he says. The two shall live again one life. Also words to remember as we go through this discussion this morning. However, during construction and development of the memorial and its original garden between 1897 and 1907, it was no secret that this memorial was being built by the renowned Melbourne medical professional Dr. John William Springthorpe, in memory of his young wife Annie, who had died as a result of childbirth complications, aged only 29. Although it now sits in only a tiny remnant of its original landscaping of rose garden and reflecting pool, this temple to a measureless love remains a moving example of the memorial as memoryscape. Now, by memoryscape, I'm referring to the complex series of meanings encoded into a place, such as a memorial, that enriches our perception of it. As our perception is enriched, we also perceive the memorial as enriching the landscape as a space within which it exists, because of the relationships between its public and private functions as a place for memory, meditation, healing, and physical haptic engagement. Just as everything participates in memory, says Edward S. Casey in his book Remembering, so memory participates in every last thing. In so doing, it draws the world together, remembering it and endowing it with a connectedness and significance it would otherwise lack. This is especially relevant to the cemetery landscape, the very function of which is to enrich space with meaning, creating a place sacred to the memory of those loved and lost. For us, this enriched space has a function to explain to us that which is unexplainable, the loss of our loved ones. In this way, then, the design and construction of memorials provide a tangibility to the intangibility of grief and loss. providing a focal point for person and memory within a landscape. Through the tangible experience of memory, in touching as well as viewing, even in moving in particular patterns around and through the memorial space, the viewer becomes an active participant in the experience of memory. As they participate and engage haptically with the memorial space, it becomes a mnemonic device that prompts us and preserves memory as our bodies as well as our minds are awakened to the memorial's function as a place not only of mourning and memory, but also of healing and reflection. As we form these relationships between experience and memory, the memorial becomes part of our personal memoryscape. In the case of the Springthorpe Memorial, these relationships between mnemonic, meditative, and haptic space were deliberately intended and created by the closely knit partnership of a client, Dr. Springthorpe, the architect, Harold Desborough, and the internationally prominent sculptor, Edgar Bertram McCannell. Consequently, this memorial is a conscious combination of philosophy, art, architectural design, and function that, while commemorating grief and loss, was nevertheless imagined from the outset to be a visually prominent and meaningful public work of art, with which the visitors seeking private consolation could also engage. Dr. John Springthorpe and his wife Annie had been happily married for some 10 years and had welcomed 2 children, when Annie unexpectedly died from complications during the birth of their 3rd child. A popular couple in Melbourne social circles, they had moved into a new home that included his surgery in what was known as the Paris end of Melbourne, where he established a very successful practice. Importantly for our story, this part of Melbourne was also the home and workplace for a number of well-known Australian artists with whom the Springthorpes became friends. It was in this home that Annie died, and where Springthorpe anguished that, as clever as they were, he and his colleagues had been unable to save her. However, he coped by returning to work and by planning a memorial that would encompass both the Victorian philosophy of visible symbols of grief as consolations, and his own then revolutionary philosophy of coping with grief and loss by talking about it, and tangible cathartic expression. The whole is more than the term he wrote. It is the real made perennially ideal, an apotheosis of love for all true lovers to the end of time, with its tale of loss, memory, separation, and reunion. As the site for his memorial, Springthorpe chose Australia's first landscape garden cemetery, the Boroondara Cemetery in the Melbourne suburb of Kew. Established in 1859, this 30-acre cemetery was designed with curved boulevards aligned to the hillside topography that allowed for scenic reveals towards the mountains in the distance, and with wide verges and extensive plantings that you can see still pretty much exist in the cemetery it is today in these photographs on the right, although a lot of the verges have now been used for burial as the cemetery has become more and more crowded. The cemetery quickly gained a reputation for the landscaping and the artistic qualities of the memorials that attracted a lot of significant people to be buried in there. Many people would actually take the horse-drawn tram out to the elaborate wrought iron gates on the weekend, as you can see in that photograph on the left, and stroll through the grounds and take advantage of the park-like atmosphere. This is a map of the cemetery, and Springthorpe chose as the location for the memorial that triangular special section A that you can see in the bottom part of the map here, right where the main drive comes in from the gate and then splits into a V before continuing on round that loop. Now that special section A is right at the top of the rise, and the rest of the cemetery falls away down the slope into a valley, and so it maintains this dominant outlook over the entire cemetery. Within a few weeks, Springthorpe wrote to his friend, the already renowned sculptor Bertram McCannell, on the left here, asking him to create a masterpiece in Annie's memory. Now, McCannell by now had gone to England in 1882 and established a very successful art studio over there, and he'd won acclaim with the bronze statue of Circe that you can see on the right there, a life-size bronze standing on a pedestal, dramatically casting a spell over those Argonauts in front of her. He was the first Australian, in fact, to exhibit at the Royal Academy. The artist John Longstaff, later Sir John Longstaff, had created drawings based on Springthorpe's ideas. And this is an example of one of the drawings here, and you can see in this drawing the original concepts of the reclining figure of Annie on a bier, the angel standing over her, and the figure of grief, lamenting at the foot of the bier. And those, as you'll be able to see in a few minutes, those were carried over into the statue. Now those drawings were sent to McCannell in London, and McCannell created clay maquettes, clay models of those drawings. Based on those drawings, he then photographed those and sent them to Springthorpe back in Australia, and Springthorpe totally approved of the whole concept. He said these were all that he could have dreamed of. Now, without doubt, McCannell based his statues on the tradition of English shroud tombs that you can see an example of on the left there, that had been developing in popularity into the 19th century. And these were associated with the developing status of women, who were often featured in these memorials, who were seen in much more naturalistic poses, and the freeing up of personal expression in memorial sculpture. He may also have been influenced by the widely publicised 1894 Duveneck tomb in Florence, which was originally in bronze, and a copy of this was made in marble for the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and you can see that on the right-hand side there. And here we have the finished statue in the memorial. In 1900, McCannell sailed out from England with the marbles to personally supervise their placement in the memorial. This statuary group remains his largest and finest work in Australia, even though it's already deteriorating, as you'll be able to see in later pictures. But you can see, as I said, the original concept has been carried through of Annie reclining on the bier, the triumphal angel placing the wreath with the 7 stars in it on her head, and the figure of grief lamenting at the foot of the statue, with the silent harp, with the stringless harp in her arms. The architect was Harold Desborough, who had become one of the best-known innovative house designers in Australia. The widely read and classically educated Springthorpe, who wrote and spoke fluent Latin and Greek, initiated the concept of the temple, upon which Annie elaborated, inspired by the arts and crafts movement and William Letherby's influential work, Architecture, Mysticism and Myth, in which Letherby discusses the theory that ancient temples and tombs were built to represent the world and its relationship to the cosmos. Annie adopted many of Letherby's theories into his design of the Springthorpe Memorial as a cosmic temple. The mica-flecked, deep green Labrador granite columns support a light-filled stained glass dome of heaven that opens out the atrium into a stunning space of ever-changing light. The temple and Annie's statue are aligned east-west along the path of the sun that rises above the eastern gate over Annie's feet, travels across the dome, and sets to the west. It sets behind her head, as you can see in this photo, over the western gable that bears the words "Light Evermore," bathing her reclining statue in an ever-moving colour palette of pinks and rose reds, reminding us of the eternal pattern of nature, of life and death. The eastern gate, that moves on a roller, as you can see in the photo on the right, has no lock and stands eternally open as the gateway between life and death. Her shield is on one side, Dr. Springthorpe's is on the other. The only place on which her name appears in the whole memorial is on one face of that block of stone that is buried under the gate, emphasizing Dr. Springthorpe's wish that he did not want this to be a personal memorial. He wanted this to be a public work of art to which everyone could come. The lintel inscription over the gate is in Greek. It declares that although he felt unworthy of her constant perfect harmony, in memory of it, Dr. Springthorpe placed here a memorial of their measureless love. Dr. Springthorpe wanted this memorial to be a place of public engagement as well as a place of private reflection, and so Anir designed it as a structure that can be both seen from a distance, seen closely, and seen through. We can walk up to it. We can walk around it. We can touch the pillars. We can touch the rails. We can read its form, its words, its story. While a substantial masonry structure, it is also a structure of light with a remarkable transparency. Each of its aspects speaks to us of loss and separation, but also of memory and reunion. This is not a closed dark room of death, but a speaking space of light and life. While its very existence originated in grief, yet in its invitation to us to be still and to meditate, it offers us consolation and a healing. In enriching our space with meaning, the Springthorpe Memorial becomes part of our place. In the beauty of its art and in the symbolism of its architecture, the memorial seeks to make tangible the intangibility of grief and loss. As we engage with the memorial, it connects us to our landscape and to our emotions and our memories, and so becomes part of a memoryscape that suggests that Annie Springthorpe was just as important a person as those who created this place in her memory, and so her voice remains undeniably part of its rhetoric. Our haptic engagement with this physical memorial to an ideal locates and motivates our remembrance of her and of us, creating a potent, inclusive memory space for us all. Thank you very much, and I'll be quite happy to answer any of your questions.
Fabulous. Oh my goodness, is that a beautiful memorial? Oh, I'm sure there'll be great questions. I have some questions already worked up here for you. We will go on first to our next presentation, and then we'll go through questions at the end for those who have just joined us. Just give me 1 second to open our next presentation. All right. So next up is The Graves of Ellen Glasgow's Dogs, a Cemetery Mystery by Sharon Patrick. Let me share here. Sorry guys, I'm managing two screens at once.
I'm Sharon Peka.
One second.
I'm Sharon Peka. My presentation is The Graves of Ellen Glasgow's Dogs, a Cemetery Mystery. During the summer of 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic suspended cemetery tours and gatherings, I looked for another way to feel connected with history. As an English professor, I naturally found myself reading the works of the authors buried in my local cemeteries, including Ellen Glasgow, who won the Pulitzer Prize in 1942. After reading their writing, I felt a stronger connection to these women while standing at their graves. This led to my book, Women Writers Buried in Virginia, published in 2021. After the book was published, I couldn't let go of these writers whom I had become so attached to, and apparently some of them couldn't let go of me. It seemed that I was being haunted by Ellen Glasgow. And by haunted, I'm using an older definition from the 12th century, meaning to frequent, visit regularly, have to do with, be familiar with, indulge in. It seemed wherever I went, I felt connected to the author. Earlier this year, I took a quick excursion to Pet Memorial Park in Henrico, Virginia, which is right outside of Richmond, a cemetery that is rarely open to the public without special permission. My plan was to visit and take a few pictures of some specific graves. Cemeteries are rarely quick excursions, though. Now, before moving to the next slide, this is a picture of one of Ellen Glasgow's dogs named Bonnie. The photo was taken 7 years after the author passed away. Bonnie had once been a stray who was rescued by Glasgow in 1939. When Glasgow passed away in November 1945, she left part of her fortune to Bonnie, or rather to the care of Bonnie. The allowance was $25 a month, and from the inflation calculator, $25 in 1945 is equivalent to about $402 today. That's quite an allowance. Ellen Glasgow was a popular writer who published 20 novels and was frequently on the bestsellers list. She also produced novels of enduring literary merit. She was a lifelong Virginian who, through her writing, portrayed the changing world of the South. And while she spoke on women's suffrage, it was not a major theme in her books. Glasgow felt Richmond could not get beyond the Civil War, and she wrote critically of what she saw as the false sentimentality of Southern society. Her last novel, In This Our Life, published in 1941, earned a Pulitzer Prize in 1942. Glasgow deeply loved animals. When her dog Jeremy became sick, she spared no expense to seek treatment to save his life. Specialists from Philadelphia and New York were consulted, and upon Jeremy's death, the Richmond Times-Dispatch ran an obituary with a picture of Jeremy, and they later did this for her dog Billy. Glasgow was schooled at home. She read widely and deeply and was conversant in a variety of subjects, yet she had hearing loss and was terribly shy about asking others to repeat what they said. She tried an early form of hearing aids that proved to be unhelpful. She struggled with face-to-face communication throughout her life, although she clearly expressed herself through letters and through her love of animals, especially dogs. This quote comes from Ellen Glasgow to her friend Bessie Jones. "And I am simply delighted that you have a Springer Spaniel. That is the perfect final touch for our friendship. Do you know there is always a barrier between me and any man or woman who does not like dogs?" Glasgow died in her sleep at home on November 21st, 1945. Upon her death, the bulk of her estate was left to the SPCA, with the local chapter being named in her honor. Also after Glasgow's death, her friend and secretary, Anne Virginia Bennett, became responsible for Bonnie's care. Remember, that's the dog shown in my first slide. The news leader reported that at Glasgow's funeral, a Purple Heart of Pansies sent anonymously on behalf of the homeless cats and dogs of Richmond was part of the floral tributes. Glasgow was buried in Hollywood. A 135-acre cemetery opened in 1849 and constructed on the land known as Harvey's Woods, which was once owned by William Byrd III, the son of the founder of Richmond. The cemetery was designed in the rural garden style with its name Holly-Wood, deriving from the holly trees that are found throughout the property. Hollywood is currently one of 3 cemeteries that has 2 U.S. presidents, James Monroe and John Tyler, buried there. Glasgow is buried in the family plot. Her gravestone is a large die-on-base marker. The headstone reads, Ellen Glasgow, 1874-1945, tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. The inscription includes lines from John Milton's pastoral elegy. The typeface of her epitaph is distinctly Art Deco with elongated lettering. Anne Virginia Bennett shared that Bonnie would become distressed when they visited Ellen Glasgow's grave, and that the dog would often try to run off. In February 2022, I visited Pet Memorial Park, a pet cemetery west of Richmond, Virginia. Established in 1935, the cemetery has served as the final resting place for over 10,000 pets, including pedigreed dogs who rest in silk-lined caskets, Lady Wonder, Richmond's psychic horse from the 1950s, Bobo, a friendly goat known throughout the area, and even a woman who was such a devoted dog lover that she made arrangements for her ashes to be buried among her Pekingese. In 2019, even Tommy, the pit bull who had been intentionally set on fire, causing the community to rally to cover medical costs and to seek justice against animal cruelty, was buried here when he succumbed to his injuries. This was my second time attempting to visit the cemetery. The pet cemetery is now surrounded by homes and located in the middle of a subdivision. GPS will have you turning circles trying to find it. You either need to know where you're going or take a leap of faith and ignore your GPS instructions. My first time, because of all of the no trespassing signs, members of my book club and I visited from outside the property, not stepping foot on site, in fear that our visit might be considered trespassing. Like many human cemeteries, Pet Memorial Park has experienced a good amount of vandalism. On this day, special permission was given to visitors. As I pulled into the cemetery and parked around a circular gravel drive, I noticed 3 grave markers near the edge of the cemetery. The engraved names seemed familiar. These couldn't be the graves of Pulitzer Prize-winning author Ellen Glasgow's dogs. While I was certain that the names on the markers were the names of Glasgow's dogs, and I knew the approximate dates of their death, I could not be certain that these were the graves of the author's beloved pets. Was Ellen Glasgow still haunting me? Pet Memorial Park had once been owned by the Richmond Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. In 1891, Ellen Glasgow joined the Richmond SPCA. In 1910, she became a board officer, and in 1924, she became the board president. She had been instrumental in opening the first local shelter, one of the first in the country. Glasgow continued to be involved until her death in 1945. She was a frequent visitor to Pet Memorial Park, where she sat on a bench near the graves of her dogs. She had purchased plots for her dogs, but were they all buried here? Local lore holds that upon her death, Glasgow's last will and testament included a somewhat unusual request. She wanted her dogs to be exhumed from their graves to be buried with her in her casket in Hollywood Cemetery. While a Virginia cemetery could not legally permit the interment of pets in a human cemetery, Glasgow was from an aristocratic family and considered a Southern lady. She passed away in 1945 when Southern gentlemen might not have been so inclined to dismiss a lady's final wishes. Perhaps the sentimentality of Southern society would work in her favor. Standing in the pet cemetery approximately 8 miles from Glasgow's home, I had a cemetery mystery, and I needed to determine facts from community lore. Over the next few months, I searched out-of-print text with missing or inaccurate citations and reviewed numerous newspaper articles. I read Virginia Dabney's Across the Years, 1978. Dabney wrote the obituary for Ellen Glasgow's dog Jeremy for the Richmond Times-Dispatch. A copy of the obituary is included in the book's appendix. In his book, it reads that when Jeremy died in 1929, he was buried in the garden. But this doesn't seem to be where the story ends. As I noted, the local legend has always been that Miss Glasgow's will, she requested for the bones of her dogs to be reinterred and buried with her in Hollywood Cemetery. Tour guides still share this legend. I know I've shared it with friends. Numerous books cite the legend, but I wanted to know details, and I was determined to learn if there is, in fact, any reason to believe that the dog's remains actually were moved and where. This is actually a rare picture of Ellen Glasgow's garden. It's still a private residence today, and I'll talk about the house in a future slide. I also found mention of her dogs being disinterred from Pet Memorial Park so that they could be buried with her upon her death in Christine Quigley's The Corpse History in 2015. Again, there were no clear footnotes, so I reached out to the current owner of Pet Memorial Park, Marcia Rogers, who acquired the pet cemetery in 2016. Rogers did not receive burial records when purchasing the property, but she did know a bit of oral history from plot owners and those previously connected to the cemetery. So I asked Rogers if a dog had been buried in the cemetery, if it would even be possible to disinter them to be buried elsewhere. She said, quote, "No, it wouldn't. That would be why they didn't do it. Back then, the caskets were made from wood. They broke down after some time. That's why we don't use wood now." End quote. Rogers was fortunate enough to meet the daughter of the original pet cemetery owner. Rogers shared that Miss Jane doesn't know, quote, "doesn't know any talk about disinterring Ellen Glasgow's dogs. She has a vivid memory of her and her partner sitting on the bench that used to be at the graves during their visits. To her knowledge, disinterring the dogs was never going to happen," end quote. In E. Stanley Godbold's 1972 book, Ellen Glasgow and the Woman Within, I found more answers. It reads that when Jeremy died, quote, "the arrangements for his funeral were made the same as if he had been a person. A local undertaker embalmed his body and placed it in a baby's casket," end quote. Godbold shared that the interment was, quote, "in Ellen's backyard garden, and the grave was marked with a marble stone," end quote. I presumed that the marble stone was the one that was pictured here that was in Pet Memorial Park. Glasgow purchased 6 grave plots at Pet Memorial Park in 1934. When her dog Billy died, Godbold writes, quote, "his body was treated such as Jeremy's had been and was buried in the backyard garden," quote, end quote. So some of her dogs were buried there in her garden, and some were moved from her garden to the cemetery. But which dogs? Further, being buried in Pet Memorial Park, per Godbold, quote, "was not good enough for Jeremy or Billy," end quote. Although good enough for pedigree dogs resting in silk-lined caskets. But her dog, Jeremy, died and was buried before Pet Memorial Park was established. But Pal died in 1937 and Billy died in 1938 after the cemetery had been established, again in 1935. So I contacted cemetery management at Hollywood Cemetery, who also shares the lore of Glasgow's dogs being buried with her, only to learn that much of their knowledge derived from the same faulty sources that I was trying to rely upon. The reality is that a cemetery probably doesn't know if someone's dog's bones were placed inside a casket before burial, but a funeral home should know. And thankfully, Glasgow's obituary includes the funeral director, Frank Bliley. I thought that was good news, as it appears to be from a still-in-business funeral home, and that family business has a genealogist who handles their historical records and archives. So I reached out to Bliley's funeral home, but it turned out that Glasgow's funeral home was on Grace Street, named the Frank Bliley Funeral Home. Bliley's, Joseph W. Bliley Sr. and his two brothers, John and Frank, founded the Bliley's Funeral Home, but this is a different facility than the funeral home currently known as Bliley's, so they did not have any records. So here I have Jeremy's grave in Pet Memorial Park, Ellen Glasgow's house, and then here's the picture of Billy's grave, also in Pet Memorial Park. So it turns out that Frank A. Bliley Jr. was Glasgow's funeral director, and he, at the time, a man in his 40s, allowed the remains of her dog to be added to her coffin. So Tricia Purcell's chapter, Ellen Glasgow's Richmond, in Regarding Ellen Glasgow, Essays for Contemporary Readers, published in 2001, was a great find. Purcell and her family lived in the Glasgow home from 1986 until last year, when they sold the home at auction in October 2021 for $2.29 million. In Purcell's chapter, she writes that, quote, Ellen Glasgow is entombed with her cherished Sealyham Jeremy, end quote. And in the footnote, she explains, quote, a telephone conversation with Dan Morris, a former employee of Frank Bliley's funeral home, revealed that the funeral workers were requested to unearth the dog's copper casket from the back garden at 1 West Main. In doing so, they pierced the coffin and had to reseal it before slipping it into the casket with her. Hollywood Cemetery prohibits the burial of pets, end quote. A footnote in another book reveals that the markers for the graves of Jeremy and Billy were moved to Pet Memorial Park, probably after Ellen Glasgow's death, so we can presume that at least Jeremy's marker is a cenotaph. Was Billy also moved? Glasgow's letters read, quote, don't forget Jeremy, end quote. But what about Billy? Purcell's footnote points to one dog. And here's the gravestone for the funeral director, Frank A. Bliley Jr. in Mount Calvary Cemetery, because I like to go visit people. While looking for pictures for this presentation, I found a photograph of Billy at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, which then led to a photo of Billy and Pal. That's the dog in the picture of all three graves. That's the dog in the middle. And my most exciting find was this photo of Jeremy's grave marker at Ellen Glasgow's home when it was taken in 1935. So that is the same marker that today is in Pet Memorial Park. What would it mean to the community if Glasgow's dogs were buried in Pet Memorial Park instead of being interred with her? Glasgow visited Pet Memorial Park frequently because some of her dogs were buried there. Why disinter even one dog from his garden grave? Was this mostly symbolic? Glasgow had already left a legacy of her love for animals through her sizable donations and the care of Bonnie. My research helped me understand the importance of community lore. As Mark Brennan argues, quote, local understandings and interpretations of a community's history reflect past events. that feed into and are partially driven by the demands, sentiments, and interests of those in the present, end quote. Richmonders adore our pets. Walking through Pet Memorial Park, the epitaphs speak volumes about how much people loved their animals and how they were part of the family. Tommy's case, the pit bull who was burned and left for dead in 2019, sparked widespread outrage and support. Millions of people followed Tommy's story and donated well over $100,000 to Richmond Animal Care and Control, including a $2,500 donation by the Richmond SPCA. History has a way of repeating itself. In December 1938, Ellen Glasgow offered a reward on behalf of the local SPCA for information leading to the arrest in the poisoning deaths of 11 dogs in one city neighborhood. After Tommy's case became public, Virginia passed a law known as Tommy's Law to stiffen penalties for animal abuse. Under the new law that went into effect on July 1st, 2019, animal cruelty is now a Class 6 felony, which is punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a fine of up to $2,500. Ellen Glasgow wrote, quote, "Violence commands both literature and life, and violence is always crude and distorted," end quote. It's no mystery that she was ahead of her time as an outspoken advocate for animals, but it is lovely that her legacy has continued. Glasgow is still one of our noted writers from Richmond, Virginia. Her name is frequently in newspapers, still reminding us of the past and her significance as the voice of the people. That's a little play on one of her book titles. In closing, here's my late pup Aslan, who was quite happy to be rolling around in the grass in Framingham State Park in 2000. To follow more cemetery adventures, visit my River City Cemeterians Facebook page. You can also learn more about Ellen Glasgow and other women writers buried in my book, Women Writers Buried in Virginia, from the History Press. Thank you so much.
Oh, that was a fabulous mystery that we got to go through. I loved it, Sharon. And I love my dog. And of course, my dog is barking at the door for me. He's like, "Why are you away?" Fabulous. Well, thank you. And then let's go on to presentation 3 in our Stories and Cemeteries panel. So presentation 3 is Preserving and Presenting Cemeteries Digitally, a century of stories in the Arlington, Texas community through the old Arlington Cemetery Complex. And then let me, and how do you have it there? Yeah, perfect.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining me today, and welcome to my presentation on preserving and presenting cemeteries digitally. A century of stories in the Arlington, Texas community through the old Arlington Cemetery Complex. This presentation is broken into 4 25-year periods and will take you through a brief history of Arlington, Texas from 1870 to 1970, using the lives and legacies of a few individuals laid to rest at one of the city's foundational cemeteries. Digital historic preservation of cemeteries not only protects the stories of the deceased, but also recounts the increasing growth, prominence, and interrelation between cities. The story of Fort Worth native Floyd Dago C. proves no different. A remarkable criminal, C served in and escaped from several prison facilities across Texas and the United States for theft, burglary, and even kidnapping a law enforcement official. By 1937, C had a 50-year sentence for several robberies and coordination of a prison escape. News media, including the San Antonio Express, mentioned C's thoughts on his 278-year sentence and his confessions. In 1939, convict Lewis Sadler stabbed C in the back at the Retrieve State Farm in Sugar Land, Texas, while he served out his sentences. The old Arlington Cemetery Complex in Arlington, Texas, served as his resting place. The digital preservation of C.'s gravestone, among other public archives, contributes to the larger history of Arlington and its notoriety in state and local affairs that would otherwise withstand neglect. Digital historic preservation serves as a baseline for establishing collective memory. This collective memory preserves valuable stories that contribute to the character and well-being of a city or municipality, especially after generations of families die or immigrate. The old Arlington Cemetery Complex's formal establishment occurred in 1899, and to date has been in use for nearly 150 years, and serves as the final resting place for individuals who through the years contributed to Arlington's founding and development. It contains the graves of several early Texas settlers. A Texas State Historical Marker, granted on May 22, 1994, is located at the property's northwest end. Established in 1899, it encompasses more than 10 acres of land. Within the boundaries of the complex are the original Old Cemetery of Arlington, the Masonic Cemetery, the W.W. McNatt Addition, and the City Cemetery. The oldest portion of the cemetery contains graves dating back to the 1870s, with the first documented burial being in 1875. Between 1870 to 1894, roughly 65 individuals were laid to rest in what would eventually become the old Arlington Cemetery Complex. 1870 to 1894, the settling years. Arlington's founding in 1876 created an environment ripe for population and business growth. Started primarily as a railroad stop and a market town, Arlington was situated 15 to 20 miles from the nearby cities of Fort Worth and Dallas. By 1880, Arlington housed a population of 275 individuals, served by multiple general merchants, drugstore physicians, and other professionals. Arlington sustained phenomenal growth from the contributions of these people. On April 12, 1884, it became an incorporated community in Tarrant County and a notable producer of grain and cotton agriculture, among other exports. In 1891, a centralized mineral well came into fruition for increased water accessibility. By the mid-1890s, Arlington's population increased to 1,000 individuals. The Ditto family was prominent in the city of Arlington, with their immigration to the area beginning in 1853 with brothers John Washington and Thomas Benton Ditto. At the time of relocation, the brothers put down roots and worked as farmers. Both brothers resided in the area for the remainder of their lifetimes, contributing significantly in various capacities and raising large families who continued their story and legacy. The eldest of 8 children fathered by Thomas Benton, Lee Ditto, lived a relatively short life, dying in his early 20s. On October 22, 1889, he married Rhoda Knox Brinson, a member of the noteworthy Brinson family. Their union refueled a pre-existing feud between the families, leading to a duel between Ditto and his 17-year-old brother-in-law, Claiborne Brinson, resulting in Ditto's death in late June of 1890. According to an article in the Fort Worth Weekly Gazette, the shooting occurred in front of the businesses of J.P. Rose and James Ditto. The young men had taken up an argument their fathers began earlier in the day, which escalated from verbal to physical, leading to multiple shots of buckshot fired by both young men. An additional news media, Paradise Messenger, attested that following young Claiborne's shots, Lee's father, Captain Tom Ditto, shot at Claiborne's father, Captain Matthew Jackson Brinson, and then at Brinson's son. All shots fired by the fathers missed the aimed targets, and the only loss of life that day was young Lee Ditto. 1895 to 1919, the making of a town. Economic progress through the development and establishment of business and educational opportunities began surging at the beginning of the 20th century. National and global conflicts, including the Spanish-American War and World War I, as well as a flood of infectious diseases, marked a transitional period in Arlington's role in local and state prominence. By 1900, Arlington residents established their first bank, an interurban trolley, and K-12 educational facilities. In 1903, the surrounding K-12 schools unified into one entity, Arlington Independent School District. In 1917, the founding of institutions such as Arlington Military Academy and Arlington College, which later became North Texas Agricultural College, and then what we know it now to be as the University of Texas at Arlington, began meeting increasing needs for higher education. With these and other amenities, Arlington's population grew from 1,000 to 3,000 people between 1910 and 1920, even with the advent of the First World War. Approximately 485 individuals were laid to rest in the cemetery between 1895 and 1919. The influences of large-scale events, such as an international war and global pandemic, affected Arlington's local history. Without including a locality's contributions on a national or global scale, public historians like ourselves lack the intricacies of the bigger picture. Preston Furman McKee was Arlington's first Gold Star service member and a young civic at heart. Little has been written about Sergeant Preston McKee, a former Arlington mayor and soldier who risked and lost his life at Camp Travis in San Antonio, Behar County, Texas. Born into one of Arlington's first families on January 18, 1887 in Tarrant County, he lived a short yet eventful life. McKee sought a position in local city government. He served as mayor of Arlington from April 11, 1914 to April 9, 1915. However, his time as mayor generated little information detailing his actions. He registered for the World War I draft the following month at the age of 30. His World War I draft registration card indicated that he had brown hair, blue eyes, a stocky build, and was of medium height. At the time, McKee was single and worked as a farmer and insurance agent. His military career began at Camp Travis, an Army training camp located in the northeastern part of San Antonio, Texas. McKee died when the Spanish flu killed much of the world's population during the second wave of the pandemic. The 1918 flu pandemic, colloquially known as the Spanish flu, is considered one of the deadliest pandemics in world history. It lasted from January of 1918 to December of 1920 and came in multiple waves that increased with intensity each time. It hit over 1/3 of the world's population, with more individuals dying from the Spanish flu than the total casualties of World War I. This disease wiped out entire families, left orphans and widows, and overall appeared detrimental to the economy. It impacted children, adults, and uniquely healthy 15 to 35-year-olds. In these years, the life expectancy numbers decreased dramatically. McKee met his demise at the age of 31 after a 6-day stint with flu-induced pneumonia at Camp Travis on October 20, 1918 at 4:15 p.m. 1920 to 1944, rural Arlington surviving and thriving. From 1920 to 1944, Arlington continued to thrive as it grew into a city. By the 1920s, Arlington expanded government facilities and added amenities, including telephone lines, running water, and accessible electricity. In addition, the city opened other public and community services, including the city's first public library, city park, and hospital. Arlington also saw a growth in luxury trades, with horse and automobile racing, gambling, and rodeos. As the automobile industry began to profit nationally and statewide, the availability of automobiles and improved road development led to Arlington's interurban trolley ceasing operations in the mid-1930s. The Texas and Pacific Railroad continued providing opportunities for intrastate commerce and trade, with no sign of declining prominence at any point in Arlington. During this 25-year period, approximately 635 individuals were laid to rest in the cemetery. Born and raised in Virginia, Robert Andrew Randall ran away in 1867 at the age of 17. He set his sights in Texas and never looked back. His travels took him to an old grist mill in Arlington. Soon after arrival, Randall sought employment with the mill operator and began to save money for future endeavors. On January 22, 1874, Randall married his first wife, Rhoda Harrison, in Village Creek, with whom he had 2 children. In 1876, he purchased the small mill where his life and legacy in Arlington began. Randall's purchase of the mill served as the beginning of the small community of Randall Mill. A general store, blacksmith shop, cotton gin, post office, and school operated within the community. With these businesses came employment opportunities and a need for laborers. Randall built homes adjacent to the mill for the numerous workers and their families. A river within the community initially supplied all the power for the businesses Randall established. However, in the 1880s, a steam engine supplemented his water power to enhance the operation. On July 13, 1884, Randall married Ava Lee White, and to their union came 6 children. One daughter, Genevieve, married one of Arlington's most prominent physicians, Dr. Francis Harvey. Growing up, she recalled that people would travel nearly 100 miles to use her father's cotton gin, sometimes waiting for days under a tree. In 1891, Randall's mill had become custom run. Farmers also brought their wheat and corn, and Randall charged a percent for the cost of grinding them into flour and cornmeal. One of Randall's brothers, John, settled in Arlington and assisted with the operation of the gin. Randall's mill's flour production brought people from all over the United States to use and see it. Arlington received flour via wagon and eventually sold it in local stores owned by pioneer businessman Thomas Spruance. The corn mill produced by the mill received profit from all over. It was a model in the Southwest mill industry. Randall's mill served as a community center for many years. This mill provided a place for people to come together for all occasions, church and family gatherings, swimming, fishing, or even a baseball game. Randall is the namesake of Randall Mill Park, Randall Mill Road, and the old grist mill on the Trinity. The mill burned in 1927, 5 years following Randall's death. Randall had an extensive history, however it could have all been lost as his headstone shared with his wife has begun to diminish over time. Edward Samuel Appleton, one of 9 children born to Frederick James Appleton and Fanny Lodge, came from a pioneer family in the Arlington area. Growing up, he played baseball for fun and worked odd jobs around the community until his passion for baseball became a career. He played with the Fort Worth Baseball Club from 1913 to 1914 and later pitched games for teams in Dallas and Wichita Falls. He played his first major league game on April 16, 1915 for the Brooklyn Robins. The following year, in 1916, Appleton helped the Robins win their first National League pennant in nearly 20 years, which advanced them to the first World Series in the franchise. His final game with the team occurred on October 5, 1916. Appleton registered for the military draft while employed by the Brooklyn Robins in New York, before returning to Arlington. His draft card depicted him as a small and stout man with brown hair and eyes. His military career took him overseas to France, and his passion for baseball only grew. While serving in World War I as a private, he pitched during the baseball game in Paris in 1918. Appleton helped the Paris team win the game, which resulted in him receiving a medal from the French government. A few years after returning from France, Appleton married at the age of 32 and had 1 child with Josephine Yankee in 1924. On June 1, 1927, Appleton began his work in the Secret Service Department of the Missouri-Kansas-Texas Railway in Parsons, Kansas. Over his years within the system, he served as a special officer at various times and continued his work for them until his death. Appleton, who worked as a special agent in Dallas, met his demise at age 40 from apoplexy one afternoon while out on a baseball field in Arlington training bird dogs. Tennessee native Joseph Oakley Crawley moved to Arlington in 1881 to work with a contractor named Frank Thomas. Crawley married Thomas's daughter, Sarah Elizabeth, in 1895. He then bought the shop and equipment from Thomas to run on his own. After a few years, he sold the business for a new investment, the Northside Temporary Schoolhouse, which he relocated to his residence's backyard on South Pecan Street. Contractors constructed their home in 1904, which included concrete foundations and piped water, making this home the first to have running water in the city. Crawley remained in the construction and building business for much of his life. He built the first 3 Presbyterian churches in Arlington, aided in the construction of Carlisle Military Academy, and served as a street commissioner within his lifetime. In addition to his work in building and construction, he volunteered his time as fire chief of the Arlington Volunteer Fire Department. Crawley is known for his unique way of notifying fellow firefighters of a fire. It was to shoot a pistol in the number of times that corresponded to where the emergency occurred. When the Carlisle Military Academy became the North Texas Agricultural College, he accepted a position as ground superintendent for the college. He worked there for over 20 years before he neared the end of his life. He spent 44 years of his life in Arlington before his death in 1938. William Harold Davis was born on December 12, 1858. He spent his formative years in Smith County, Virginia. After completing medical school in Baltimore, he found his way to Texas. Following his initial 10-day exploration of the area, he settled and set up practice in Handley, Texas. In the Tarrant County Citizen, an article depicted a few days of Davis's beginnings in Handley. Dr. Davis spent $25 of his $65 capital for a quick-stepping pony. A saddle took 30 more. He accepted the offer of sleeping quarters at the back of a drugstore and waited for his first patient. He gained his footing in Handley after having treated 2 cases of scarlet fever. 6 years later, Davis moved to Arlington, Texas, as he saw it was more profitable due to the increase in population and frequent gunfights. After years of treating gunshot wounds, malaria, and various other ailments, the city appointed him as the city physician. He held that post for 20 years. Davis was socially and civically active in the community. He served as mayor from April 8, 1909 to April 10, 1910. During his term as mayor, he signed the first bond issued for Arlington's first sewer system. He served as the first president of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, was active in Fort Worth and Tarrant County Medical Association, and at one time served as vice president. Davis owned the 3rd automobile in Tarrant County. He served as an active member of the Arlington Presbyterian Church and served as a charter member of the Arlington Knights of Pythias Lodge. Davis served as president of the Commercial Club and had been described as progressive, liberal, and public-spirited. In addition, he owned hundreds of acres of land around Arlington and was known by many for his progressive farming methods and cattle raising. Dr. Davis died on January 24, 1940, at age 81 after over a year of suffering after a partial stroke. His death certificate notes he suffered from chronic myocarditis, a contributing factor having been a cerebral hemorrhage. He rests alongside 2 of his wives, Layla and Molly, 1 son, Charles, and 1 daughter, Willie Virginia Davis Thompson. Dr. Davis provided over 50 years of medical service and advice to Tarrant County as a doctor and surgeon. He may not have been born in Texas, but he made a life for himself here nonetheless. 1945 to 1970, Urban Arlington. The Arlington community in the 1950s and 1960s underwent several dramatic changes. Tom Vandergriff, born and raised in Arlington, was mayor from 1951 until 1977, making him the longest-serving mayor in Arlington's history. Under his leadership, he brought a General Motors assembly plant to the area in 1953, which began Arlington's transition from an agricultural area to a suburban transportation area. With General Motors came growth for Arlington, along with a new amusement park, lake, and turnpike. The city's rapid growth proved problematic to the available water supply. Thus, Lake Arlington, constructed in 1956, served as a water supply and recreational area for the community. In 1957, a 5,500-acre industrial district came into fruition and is now known to be one of the largest in the United States. In the same year, contractors built the Dallas-Fort Worth Turnpike, now known as I-30, to ease traveling and enhance transportation potential. The city of Arlington opened the municipal airport in 1962 to allow its citizens to travel via air. Angus Wynn, an Arlington developer, built the first Six Flags Over Texas in Arlington in the early 1960s. These many advancements to the area drew people to Arlington, and its population grew to nearly 45,000 people by 1960, which was only the beginning of what Arlington would become. Approximately 485 individuals were laid to rest in the cemetery between 1945 and 1970. William Green Hyatt, an Alabama native known for his lofty goals and aspirations, had been the 4th of 11 children born to James Minor Hyatt and Rhoda Adeline Bradley. At a young age, he wanted to be different. He hoped to join the circus and focus on performing. He was the first of the Hyatt boys to leave home. He set out for Texas with the drive and determination to succeed in business. He initially settled in Mansfield, where he clerked at a dry goods store until he could afford to purchase the business and make it his own. He did not remain in the dry goods business for long, as he thought he could do more and be more successful. At age 21, Hyatt married Maggie May Lipscomb on January 8, 1902 in Mansfield. The Hyatts' initial move to Arlington occurred in 1910, where their daughter Helen Marguerite had been born. A few short years later, they relocated to Van Alstyne, where Hyatt had a near-death experience at a boarding house due to a case of mistaken identity. The Hyatts attended a dinner at the boarding house when a man lunged at Hyatt with a knife. Hyatt's wife took a fire shovel to the man to stop the incident. Following the episode, the family returned to Arlington in 1914 and settled for the remainder of their lives. Hyatt pursued an interest in local politics when he got to Arlington. He served as city commissioner from 1919 to 1923 before becoming Arlington's mayor. He served as mayor on two separate occasions, first from May 19, 1923 until April 7, 1925, and then again from April 19, 1927 until April 21, 1931. Arlington's first streets had been paved with Hyatt as mayor, as well as the building of Meadowbrook Park and the old City Hall. In addition to Hyatt's work in local government, he focused over half a century of his Arlington life on real estate. While working as a land specialist, Hyatt died from congestive heart failure at the age of 84. Frances Olive Harvey became known as a well-traveled aviation cadet and educator. She was born in DePort, Texas on December 10, 1898, to Charles Eugene Harvey and Catherine Terrell. When she was 16, the family came to Arlington, where she remained for over 50 years. She never married or produced any children during her lifetime. She had an extensive education, having pursued her bachelor's at the University of Missouri and her master's at the University of Texas at Austin. Following graduation, she spent much of her time dedicated to educating future generations. She began her teaching career in elementary schools in Arlington, Baird, Dallas, and Robstown. From 1928 to 1939, Harvey taught social sciences at the State Teachers College in Nebraska. On August 15, 1939, she had the exchange opportunity to sail to England to teach at Hereford Training College. Harvey arrived in England the day before the declaration of war in September 1939. While there, she saw the strength and power of the women and their influence in the war. She witnessed women partaking in the war in ways that she had never seen before, from the Army, Navy, and Air Force. She recalled from her time there that women in the military auxiliaries did the jobs of men. They did everything except pull the trigger of a gun or release bombs. Impressed and motivated by what she saw in England, she took memories back to Tarrant County and decided she wanted to serve and make an impact in some way. Harvey did not care about the glamour and actively prepared to put in the work to make a difference. Much was still unknown about women in the service when she began her military career. She's quoted in a local newspaper saying, "All I know is that I'm going to find it interesting, and I hope that I'm good." After returning to the United States, she took a 6-month leave of absence from teaching to serve in World War II. She was the first of 8 women in Tarrant County to join the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, serving as a first lieutenant and captain of the Women's Army Corps during the war. Following the war, she returned to Arlington and worked as a principal, and then resumed teaching in Arlington for several years until her forced retirement. The last 2 months of her life were spent at St. Joseph Hospital in Fort Worth, where she died on January 7, 1968, at the age of 90 from a brain tumor. A cemetery is a record of a life lived, yet often is one of the first records to disappear due to the lack of care or preservation. A cemetery contains much more than stones and markers that bear names and dates. It also houses a person and place, which encapsulates a time and a community. A cemetery thus captures a city throughout its years. Allow me to begin to close this presentation with a few words from an unknown author. Communities accord respect, families bestow reverence, historians seek information, and our heritage is thereby enriched. A cemetery exists because every life is worth loving and remembering always. Please feel free to get in touch with me using either of the methods seen below. Thank you all for your time today and for listening to this presentation on preserving and presenting cemeteries digitally, and allowing me to share some stories from the old Arlington Cemetery Complex in Arlington, Texas.
Nadia, thank you so much. That was fabulous. Now I need to go down to Arlington, Texas next time I'm in Texas and go visit the cemetery. Awesome. Thank you all for your fabulous presentations in our first panel here. So I'm going to spotlight all three of you here if I can, and then we'll go through with questions. And I'll ask you to unmute if I can. Should I put everyone on mute? All right, and all right, I got all three of you. All right. So if folks have questions that they would like to ask our presenters themselves, you most certainly can raise your hand. As a reminder, you can raise your hand by going to the more or the reactions button at the bottom of your Zoom bar. If you click reactions, there's a raise hand feature. We can call on you there, but I do have a few questions here in the chat that I want to go through as well. So to start, Christopher, I know there was a few questions about the preservation of the memorial. I don't know if you want to talk to that a little bit more about where like the preservation efforts are. I know there's something, the crown it looked like was missing. So I don't know if you want to talk to that.
Sure, yeah. The building structure itself is heritage protected. And I've carried out some stabilizing work on the structure and thankfully on the roof, on the glass dome. But anything on the statue seems to be a little bit in the too hard basket, and they don't appear to be willing to work on that at all, and consequently the statue has deteriorated a lot. I can't remember if maybe in one of the very last pictures I put up, you might be able to see that not only now is the statue missing the crown and that part of the hand of the angel, but I think last year a complete section of that statue came off, so it's now missing practically most of a wing. It's exposed, as you can see. One of the advantages of that memorial is certainly, according to design, with the light and everything, is that it's open. But that means that the statue is completely exposed to the open air, and it's now really old, and it's suffering from that. I think I say in the presentation somewhere, or certainly in the article that I wrote for Markers, that this particular statuary group is McKennell's largest and most significant work of art in Australia. And I think I proposed a few years ago that, in fact, given today's technology, they could now replicate that statue perfectly, so that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference from the original, and put that original in the art gallery. But that, once again, that's a too hard basket as well. They don't really want to go down that road. So unfortunately, while the memorial itself surviving pretty well, the statue is not. Someone asked me, I think, about the glass dome. That was done by a chap called Fisher, August Fisher, who ran a major stained glass studio. He did a lot of work for houses, and he did a lot of work for the architect, for Desborough, and the architect. That's how come he got associated with it. And it's a Tiffany glass style dome, so it's really quite beautiful.
Absolutely, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous, thank you. Carrie, I know you have your hand up there, so I'll let you, I'll ask you to unmute there.
All right, let me lower my hand before I forget. Nadia, I have questions for you. While you were talking, I did a little bit of creeping around, and I looked at your summary, and I saw that you had a website that included more information about your digital collections. And I wondered if you had ever explored other sorts of avenues for presentations for digital collections of cemetery data, because I see that you have a spatial element, which makes my geographer heart very happy. But I have a tool that I want to share with you, and that tool is something called story maps. and it's a really fantastic way to present data. Pretty similar to what you're doing, but it will probably allow you to do it more easily. Have you ever heard of story maps or anything like that?
So I actually have not, but I'm really interested in hearing more about it because this was the first cemetery that I really mapped and digitized, and the first website that I've actually ever built. So if I can do anything to make it, like, improve it or make it better and just learn more about cemeteries in general, I'd love to.
Well, you know, I would love to share data with you about work that my students have done in creating story maps out here in South Dakota in the Black Hills. And they're all working as part of a grant for the Veterans Administration on national cemeteries. But they have done some digitizing of some of our historic cemeteries as well. So I will shoot you a link to story maps. Now, the one problem here is that you are going to have to buy software access to story map, which is a part of Esri, who is like the industry leader in GIS project or products. But if you are at all attached to a university, or if you are in the K-12 institution, public institution, then chances are you're going to have free access if you check in with your people there. So I will provide that link for you guys.
Thank you.
You bet.
Story Maps is fabulous. I've used it before in our burial. We put tours together for that. Yeah, it's awesome tool. Let's see, does anyone else have questions for our presenter? I know there's probably a few questions in the chat here too. Obviously, Sharon, the big question is about Bonnie. What happened to Bonnie? I think you answered in the chat, but in case others didn't see that answer, would you mind sharing?
Sure. So we presume that Bonnie is buried in Pet Memorial Park, but they don't have the records, and I haven't been able to find any like specific notation that by any of the people that were living. No one seemed to really care about the last dog. Like, she was sort of a celebrity in Richmond, but I can't find like any newspaper listings exactly when she passed. The last story I found was, I think it was like 7 years after Glasgow had died, and you know, the picture on that front slide is, you know, Bonnie looking at the picture, which I'm sure she, you know, they just kind of staged, but yeah, so we assume Pet Memorial Park because Glasgow had 6 plots there, but they don't have records, and they didn't know that Jeremy and Billy were Glasgow's dogs. They only knew that Pal was. So I was able to share research, like citations that, no, here's her dogs. And then finding the pictures in Philadelphia for me was like super exciting because I had seen some pictures here and there, but to actually have like, you know, beautiful portraits was a fun find.
Absolutely. Well, maybe some GPR will determine if there's others there, and but I had stood up for Bonnie. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Lauren, you have your hand up.
There, now I've got myself unmuted. Christopher, is there a book about the cemetery?
There is, Lauren, and it's in the other bookcase at the other end of the house, of course. And I can't locate it right now.
If you
but
could,
there is it is. I don't know how commercially available it is. It was fairly privately printed, I think. But I can certainly locate it for you.
If you could,
if anyone wants, can I just say, if anyone wants to contact me, the AGS has my email address. Okay. So I'm sure if anyone wants to find me, they can locate me through that, and I'm happy to share any information, such as the book. I did the original the heritage survey in that cemetery many years ago, speaking of mapping, when we did it all by hand. We had to actually physically draw the map and take it around and make little crosses on it where the historic graves were. And I did the original survey in that cemetery, which is where my interest in that memorial comes from. later, something else that might interest people, later on I became involved in another nationwide survey about American Civil War veterans who had come out to Australia to live. And we located, in fact, we went a little earlier and started to locate Mexican War veterans who had come out to Australia as well, earlier than the Civil War. And I think we located something in the area of a couple of hundred. But that same cemetery where the Springthorpe Memorial is, we located the grave of the most senior officer. He was a Major Campbell. And he was the most senior officer who we found nationwide who'd come out. Mostly to do with the gold rush, when they came out in the gold rush, or and a lot of Mexican War veterans and some Civil War veterans came out because of they got land grants by way of payment for their service instead of actual money, and they could sell a land grant and have a sizable chunk of money and then come out with that. So that was really quite interesting. But yeah, I'm sure if anyone wants to contact me, I'm happy to speak. I'm happy to talk about some of these things.
Yeah. Thank you. Awesome. Any other questions for our presenters? I don't think I see any others in the chat. Actually, wait, there's one for Nadia. From John, how did you manage to collect so much of each individual's history?
Okay, so I like that question actually a lot, because so this presentation is just a brief insight into kind of what I focused on with my master's thesis. And so my thesis really, it focused on the deterioration levels of the gravestones and the stories that were in that cemetery. So a lot of it came from research for that, but also it was breaking down newspapers and local histories and things like that. And I also held a community event that allowed people in the community to meet with me and get oral histories and things like that, which really helped me in compiling these stories.
Fabulous. Well, every person has a story to tell, so thank you for telling theirs. And everyone that's part of the cemetery industry here, all of our gravestone folks who are telling stories. The folks that have passed on. So, well, I don't see any other questions. So thank you all so much for your presentations and being here for Q&A, especially Dr. Spicer for coming from Australia, tuning in bright early in the morning. So thank you guys very much. We'll give maybe about a 5-minute break, and then we'll get started with our second panel session of the evening. So we'll come back in about 5 minutes. So thank you guys. All right, folks. We'll get started here. Back up for just a minute. All right, if folks can give me a thumbs up if you're back. Practice using your reactions, thumbs up. All right, some physical thumbs up, yep. And some virtual digital ones, awesome. Okay, sweet. All right, so we are going to go into our next panel session, Southern Material Culture. So the first presentation we'll have is the use of brown iron ore rock as a gravestone material in early Deep East Texas by Perky Basil. And then we'll also have the Undiscovered Low Country, Deathways and the Material Culture of Death in South Carolina by Quinn Terry. So we'll start off with Perky's presentation here. So bear with me a second for my sharing of screen, and then we'll get started.
Hi, my name's Perky Beisel. I'm coming to you today from Mount Enterprise, Texas, just north of Nacogdoches, here in Deep East Texas. It's a pleasure to be part of this 2022 AGS conference. I look forward to seeing everybody virtually and in person in Massachusetts. My talk today is titled The Use of Brown Iron Ore Rock, or ironstone, as I will refer to it, as a gravestone material here in Deep East Texas. And by early Deep East Texas, I mean pre-20th century. And this is a subject that I hadn't really thought about needing more research until an event about 2 years ago, and that got me to thinking, even though I've been documenting these stones for now 17 years. And so it's my pleasure to bring this first bit of research to you all, and I look forward to your comments and questions after the presentations today. Okay, I have here a map of the natural regions of Texas. It was the best map I could find. I realize it's not geological, but I think it will point out very well the native stones here in Texas. Just quickly going over the common stones utilized for gravestones: limestone and sandstone in the Edwards Plateau region, which is this light, the mid-brown section here, including the cities of Austin, San Antonio, Fredericksburg, in the area most often called the Hill Country. The limestone and sandstone, major outcroppings, easily carved, easily quarried, and thus is the reason that we see it so much in the buildings and gravestones of Central Texas. The ironstone that I'll be showing you a lot more pictures of is in the Piney Woods region. We're the mid blue on the right, and we'll be looking at primarily at the middle part of that blue region. The third and the largest quantity of stone in Texas is granite, though interestingly enough, the granite was not fully utilized until 1882, when construction of the state capitol began, and they realized that the planned limestone building would be too big and heavy for the strength of the limestone, and so they needed to switch to a different stone and determined to use what's commonly called Texas pink granite. It's Sunset Red is its official name, but the granite is located in the Llano Uplift region, which is this yellow right in the heart here. And lastly, marble was really thought to be all over Central Texas. Well, what we later figured out is that it wasn't marble, it was really dark limestone. And today, the only large marble mine in Texas is actually out in West Texas in Culbertson County near El Paso, or in this region out here. And so I say all of this about the limestone, which was the early accessible stone, that it is not found in Deep East Texas, and it is a long ways away by foot. The granite is not quarried until the late 19th century, which of course is after the early settlement here in Deep East Texas. So the brown iron ore rock or iron stone. Here's a typical example on the right with its carving. There has been one research paper that I've been able to find. It came out during the Great Depression. And so I'm using a lot of his information to describe the stone. It's over 140 pages long. If you're interested in the geology of it, it's available publicly online. Iron ore rock or ironstone is very dense. It chips off, it's flinty. There are two major outcrops, they call it the North and the South, in a 22 county area in that Deep East Texas region. However, most of this, the most mineable and accessible and the largest concentrations are in 9 counties, and Nacogdoches is one of those 9, and you'll be seeing gravestones from these 9, primarily these 9 counties of the most concentration. It gets its name because it truly is filled with iron, depending on whether you're looking at the northern outcrop or the southern outcrop. The iron content is anywhere from 42 to 57%. And so while it was used for many purposes, including gravestones, it also was used for iron smelting from 1855 to 1865, and then from 1870 to 1911 here in Deep East Texas. And that, I hope, gives you a sense of that this is a very unforgiving stone for carving, and why what we have found is probably so remarkable, and also the reasons for its difficulty in preservation and identification. So I have these two maps here to show you the ways in which first Spanish and then later Americans and Europeans, other Europeans, got into Deep East Texas, as well as the transportation opportunities, or lack thereof, for gravestones into Deep East Texas. So on the left, the El Camino Real de los Tejas was a Spanish missionary road, began in Mexico City and then moved through Texas, beginning in 1690. It's off and on throughout the 18th century. Missions rise, they fall, they're moved. Our missions in Deep East Texas moved to San Antonio. However, by 1779, Nacogdoches is a town, and at that point, the transportation route is no longer mostly from the south to the north or southwest to the northeast, but rather begins to shift coming from the United States, in this case, Natchitoches, Louisiana, which was the terminus point. And so by the late 18th century into the early 19th century, the traffic begins to reverse. The majority of the traffic is coming from the northeast to the southwest. This is a very rugged series of trails using horses and oxen and carts. It's not something that people were bringing anything that wasn't absolutely vital, and that would be, of course, gravestones. So the option to import gravestones only began in the late 1830s as flatboat companies began to navigate our rivers. Our rivers in Texas are, generally speaking, shallow, sandbar filled. They were originally blocked by rafts. The Colorado River had a 6-mile log raft. The Red River had a 100+ mile log raft. So navigation and transportation were very difficult, and it wasn't until the mid-1830s to 1840s, especially in Deep East Texas, that we begin to have regular river service going down to Galveston. From the mid-1840s, there was a regular steamboat service between Galveston and New Orleans. And so by the 1840s, we do see lots of marble coming into Deep East Texas, but it was coming down the Mississippi to New Orleans by steamboat over to Galveston, and then up these flatboats in these rivers, the Neches, the Sabine, and the Cypress. So very limited on other opportunities for stones. So the ironstone is, as you can see, this rough rock. On the left is the third iteration of the stone fort. As originally built in 1779 near the Spanish mission in Nacogdoches, when Nacogdoches became permanently settled. Most of the early burials in the 17th through the 18th century were probably at the Catholic Church of the Mission that no longer exists. It was built over and in the early 20th century, and the burials were exhumed and buried in, by then, the American Cemetery. There was no mention of grave markers, and I'm presuming that's because either they are wood unmarked or this ironstone that wasn't recognized as grave markers. On the right gives you some examples of these stones in a cemetery up in Panola County. And so the ironstone was used in a variety of formats. So first I have some examples of headstones and footstones. So here's a close-up of Isaac Reed Jr. in Old Bethel Cemetery. And he's a good example of the Americans that were coming in from the East to Texas in the early 19th century. Many of these surviving gravestones that are identified, I've been able to determine that they're from the South. They were originally born in South Carolina or Tennessee, are two of the most common, and were moving here to Deep East Texas. And with them came their gravestone styles. And so we have this small matching headstone pictured here, and there was a footstone in the previous picture. On the right is a fragment of a gravestone. You can see the carving. It's not because they didn't know how, but it's such a hard, rough stone to be able to carve. On the left is a later example from a cemetery that was along El Camino Real, but it gives you a sense of, even by 1901, the ability to cut and shape is extremely limited, even with better tools, because of the nature of the stone. On the right, another typical stone with some initials carved in. So this is what made me start wondering. In September of 2020, I had the opportunity to help clean an African American cemetery, to clear it out. And in the process, we discovered this set of 3 gravestones here. And what was most interesting is the family and community members said, no, these are not our people. We don't know who they are. And in thinking on this, I think these are much older. I think they predate the cemetery. The first African American, dated African American burial is 1910. And these are clearly not from that time period. Here is what we mostly find of larger stones are these surrounds. On the left, you can see they're falling and have been more dislodged. On the right, this is a late example from 1851, but you can see there's been more working of the stone here. On the left, another example, fairly well maintained but not rebuilt, as well as in another county on the right. Most people recognize that, okay, these are gravestones. I don't think there's been a lot of attempts to realize that there may be inscriptions or carvings, but being able to find them, especially in this condition, is quite difficult. On the left is another surround that has a later granite memorial that states it's an unknown girl from a wagon train, and that wagon train would have been along the El Camino Real. On the right, this is one that students, that was back in 2012, we were uncovering yet again another African American cemetery. But once we were speaking with the community members and descendants in the area, they said, no, we don't know who these are. The burials that I don't have pictured are handmade concrete tablets dating to 1901. And this here is, in my opinion, based on now more research, predating. So a cemetery that was older, that was utilized by people, other people later. But we don't have any idea of who was buried in this spot here. Now, these are some of the best examples of what I have, and most of them come from this one cemetery. Obviously, there is somebody who spent a lot of time trying to carve this ironstone. On the left, on Sam Walling's, it may be difficult to see, but you can see there's some flowers in the lower left and lower right corners. There's also some up in the upper margins off to the side of where you can read in, and then at the top in the middle, and these stones are very difficult to photograph, so I apologize, is a heart, and at the bottom in the middle you can see the pointing finger. This stone is about 4 feet long and about it varies from 4 to 6 inches thick. On the right, you can see 2 more of these heavy, thick ironstone low monuments and body stones. And then this one, which is just magnificent. I have it in the box category. You have the ironstone built up, and then an ironstone headstone and footstone, and then this body stone in the shape of a sarcophagus. And the face is clearly there, the arms are up and crossed, and then it tapers down to the feet. Now this you can really see, I managed to get it with the light. When the light isn't on it, it just looks like a large stone. On the left, I have it from the different direction, a different day. On the right, another large, this is a built-up box, and you can see once again the carving done very, very well. They found some very, were able to smooth the stone extensively. So, in conclusion, what are we doing? Well, what I've found is that when we start to look at the dated stones, it's clear that the dated and carved or truly shaped ironstone was used by those who were migrating into Deep East Texas in the late 18th, but primarily early 19th century, coming from the south, bringing the forms that were popular in the east into Deep East Texas. And while its utilization continues into the 20th century, we go back to much more rectangular, blockish, or just natural stone shapes with inscriptions, usually just a name, perhaps a date or two. It is very hard to read inscriptions because of the difficulty in the original carving, weathering, damaging, or just simply not recognizing that it is a carving. Unfortunately, as you can see in this photograph here, surviving stones, if they're knocked over, rolled apart, or a surround is dismantled, it's hard to tell what goes with what. While we don't have large rock outcroppings in many places in these counties, there is a lot of natural iron ore. So is it a piece of natural iron ore, or is it a gravestone? I plan to continue documenting all identifiable 19th century stones that have names and dates. I want to continue investigating early African American burial sites. Can we link these to enslaved African Americans coming, as well as free blacks in this early time period? Conduct genealogical research. I'd love to be able to determine on those that we can find. Are they utilizing shapes and styles that their family members had in Tennessee, Kentucky, the Carolinas? And of course, continue to educate county commissions and cemetery managers about ironstone, and to continue to recognize that it is a gravestone and not just a rock. I should note that the early Spanish and then later Tejano burials, we have not found any for those communities here in Deep East Texas either. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to present on this, and thank you, and I hope everybody has a great rest of the conference.
Well, Perky, I think I have to add another cemetery or cemeteries to my Texas trip. That was very fascinating, and another cool piece to talk about in a roundtable tomorrow. We're going to have a roundtable session on cemetery management and cemetery management practices. So maybe something we could discuss for our cemetery managers on how to care for gravestones and that are iron ore. Very cool. Fabulous. So then we're going to go on to our second presentation in our Southern Material Culture panel session. That's Undiscovered Low Country, Deathways and the Material Culture of Death in South Carolina by Quinn Terry.
Hello all, it is a pleasure to present at the conference today. My name is Quinn Terry. I'm a history graduate student at Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm presenting my ongoing thesis research for now entitled The Undiscovered Low Country, Deathways and the Material Culture of Death in South Carolina. I put this photo on our opening slide. I'll go into more detail, but it was one of the most exquisite examples of the area. And let's jump right in. Our agenda today, we're going to go over my research goals and boundaries. I'm going to overview the holes in the scholarship, go to the cool part, which is the stones, which we all are stoked about, and I will go for thanks and questions. I included this stone here. This is a ground slab for William James Gooding. He died in 1912, and this is in Crocketville Cemetery in Crocketville, South Carolina. Found it interesting because it is already kind of exploring that erasure of the creation of the lost cause narrative. This is the Confederate flag crossed with the American flag, and this motif here with the laurel wreath, which of course symbolizes victory. And as we know, the Confederacy wasn't in league with the United States for quite a while, so I found this a very interesting motif. I wanted to take a moment to go over my positionality. Whitney Battle Baptiste and Jennifer A. Babiars argue that one cannot engage in their field without acknowledging their own biases. I wholeheartedly agree. While I do think we should pursue to eliminate biases where we cannot eliminate them wholly. So these two photos, the one to your left is actually where my father is buried. Most of my family is buried in Hampton County, and I have visited a lot of these graveyards since I was a young child. To the right is my grandfather, who has helped me identify a lot of graveyards in the area. He grew up there. So I do have familial ties to the area, and this is a project that I've done in part to work with my grandfather on it. And it is a project that's close to home. And yes, I do have emotional ties to the project. So the research focus and thesis is based in Hampton County, which is in South Carolina. From 1850 to 1950, and I'm going to play a brief video here just to show. This is South Carolina in 1832, as you can see in the top right corner. I'm going to hit play while I speak, and you will see here is where Hampton County will eventually pop into place as the video goes on. It originally became Beaufort District, which is this. The Beaufort District later became Beaufort County. Hampton County was formed out of Beaufort County, and later Allendale County was formed from the top part of Hampton County, and Jasper County in 1919 was formed from the bottom portion of Hampton County. So identity formation and burial landscape was not always in what is now considered Hampton County. It may be in the upper regions of Jasper County here and the lower regions of Allendale County. So I did use these areas when I was deciding which graveyards to focus on, because at that time it would have been Hampton County. There was also a parish system at the time which cut Hampton County effectively in thirds. There was Prince William Parish and St. Luke's Parish, and I believe, as I will argue in the thesis, but I do still have some research to do, that identity formation may have formed across parish lines based on denominational allegiances, which usually followed socioeconomic lines. So this long time period allows me to look at how, one, the material culture changes over time, the effects of mass production of gravestones, for instance, from hand carving, how burial may have changed, the effects of disease and war on the population, the Spanish influenza, the Civil War, the First World War, etc., and the Second World War. And I can understand then more about identity formation over time in what was a fluid landscape, especially for a large part of the time period that I'm looking at. Okay, my research process, I surveyed 29 burial grounds or churchyards or cemeteries in the county. I am using any place where it seems people have been buried. I say this because not every burial ground has stones. There is a historically black cemetery that was hidden in the woods behind a white cemetery known as the Wind Cemetery that my grandfather actually walked me to, and all that you can see there are depressions. Again, my boundaries were based on the older county lines, so I did include some from Upper Jasper County and Lower Allendale County. My goal here is to gain as thorough an understanding through as comprehensive of a survey as possible in the limited time frame that I've been given. Of course, we all wish we had more time to do research, and it would have been very easy to fall into a research rabbit hole. I did have to limit myself. I then take those stones, as the one you see here. This is Mary Elizabeth Zahler's ground slab. She died in 1854. This is hand carved. It does have a maker's mark on the bottom from W.T. White, which was one of the descendants of the Great Walker stone carving dynasty of Charleston. It would have cost a lot of money to get one of these stones. And this is in the hinterlands of South Carolina. This isn't what most people think of when they think of the Low Country. They think of Charleston or Beaufort. And I've called Hampton County the upper region or the hinterlands of the Low Country because it is still the Low Country, as I will prove as I go through the history of the region later in our presentation. So I'm combining the material culture of these stones. I take the most interesting ones, compare them based on common themes in epitaphs across gender lines. I'm hoping to look at periods of disease, if there are any upticks in that, and also to see how wealth may change across time in even just one family plot. I steered away from large, quintessential Southern Gardens of the Dead. While there are a few, I wanted to focus on smaller churchyards and family plots, which are still the prevalent burial preference for most people. So I combine that material culture of the stones themselves, or the lack thereof, with archival research and oral history interviews, as well as historiography of this region, because I did not know a lot about Hampton County outside of my own familial understanding. And I'm hoping to combine all of this to understand life in the upper low country of South Carolina, which is woefully ignored in the scholarship. And here we have, just to clarify, Hampton is classified as the low country. It goes all the way up to here, but usually low country studies really focus primarily here. So some of the holes in the scholarship, I'm building primarily on the work that Combs does in early gravestone art in Georgia and South Carolina. She focuses on an earlier time period than my thesis deals with, but I am interested in her work because she clearly is interested in low country stones, and she is the one who introduced me to the Walker stone carving dynasty. However, despite her title saying South Carolina, she only focuses on Charleston and Beaufort primarily, going a little further up above Beaufort to explore some burial grounds at the old Sheldon Church, which is a very well-known ruin in the area. So I'm hoping to build upon the foundation she's laid for me very graciously and expand our knowledge of the material culture of burial and gravestone art in the Low Country as a more holistic view. So rural areas are hardly ever a focal point of any material culture study of graves that I've been able to find, mainly because they're often scattered or they're hard to find. And especially in the case of Hampton County, it helped extraordinarily that I had local ties through my grandfather and people knew me. The stones themselves, while intriguing, in the South and in my time period, specifically 1850 up until I want to say 1920 or so, it is exceedingly difficult to find a narrative that is not white in stones because they are usually the ones that are the most well preserved. Also, European notions of burial and, quote, proper burial pigeonhole us, I think, into ideas of what the material culture and gravestone art of burial can be. So in that way, I'm hoping to incorporate burials of both enslaved Black people and Black Hamptonians across the time period I'm working on. These are two examples of primarily white burial grounds. The right, with the cradle casket or cradle grave and obelisk, is Thomas Corbett. He was died in 1908. This is at the Varnful Town Cemetery, so this is one of the more formal ones. These cradles are usually used with infants in the area, so I took a photo of this one because I found it interesting. To the left is Elizabeth Solomons, née Thompson. She died in 1851, right at the beginning of the period of study for me. This is in the Solomons family burial ground. This is a particularly interesting graveyard because these very pardon me, these very fancy ornate gravestones like we see here. I believe this is also a Walker. There are, I want to say, 4 Walker stones with the direct maker's mark on them in this graveyard. And as time goes on and different generations of this family are buried, you can see directly behind Elizabeth's graves. We get this, you can almost see the family lose the wealth that was required to order these, or they simply decided to revert to a more local style. They all have their matching footstones, and at some point or another, a descendant took great care to repair these, not quite in the way they should, but it shows a certain care over time. More on the historiography, other than Combs, I also rely on Rowland, Moore, and Rogers' History of Beaufort County and Keister's Story in Stone to learn more about symbology on gravestones. I also took a trip to the Columbia, South Carolina archives, and I'm hoping to incorporate church meeting minutes, coroner's records, and census data. However, census data is not always accurate because settlement patterns were highly rural in this region, specifically in the earlier part of 1850 on. South Carolina was one of the last to require formal death certificates in the entire United States, for instance. I believe not until 1912, perhaps. So the records are scant at best, and that is why I am incorporating the material culture of the stones. I also use the WPA slave narratives to understand kind of the culture of slavery in this region, which was highly rice oriented, but a large proportion of the population was poor and were not slave owning usually. I also use oral history interviews with my own grandfather, Edna Hamilton, who is a Black woman who grew up in the same time period as my grandfather, and Betty Cruz, who is the late, she is now past, granddaughter of the first licensed coroner in South Carolina, Eugene Peoples. And on to the part that we all care about, the stones themselves. So there's high variability is what I found, both in grave location. It remains highly rural and family or church oriented despite the rural cemetery movement in the late 19th and early 20th century. They show a really fascinating history of the region, and it possibly, some stones and markers may usurp notions of the completely separate burial across the color line, which I'll go over in the next slide, I believe. There are disparities in upkeep. Right here, we're looking at Frampton Cemetery, which is actually behind the Solomon Cemetery I was just talking about. I do believe it started as an enslaved burial ground, and it is now a place for Black Hamptonians to be buried. This arched cement dome here indicates possibly African origins, the idea of the rounded top being able to help the soul depart from the body. There are in various graveyards makers from like the Walker and Whites present, very elite stones that would have cost a lot to ship up to Hampton. Now, a lot of elite planters did spend their time half in the upcountry, or not the upcountry, the upper region of Hampton County, and then the other part of the year in Charleston. So there was that mobility, and some people did choose to be buried up here instead of in Charleston. There's also a localized style, which I'll point out as well. These are some of my favorite findings, so I'll go from left to right. To the left, we have the burial marker of Charlie Solomon. This is in Breeler Field Cemetery, which is near Garnett. This is the local style I was talking about. I was actually informed by Miss Cruz, who was the granddaughter of Jeannie Peoples, the first licensed coroner in South Carolina, that this is actually a style he would offer to folks who could not afford a more ornate marker. It's poured concrete. They also, Mr. Peoples' Funeral Home is now Peoples Roden Funeral Home and is still around today. They poured the cement in the graves as well to prevent the casket from capsizing. And they would pour these markers for folks, and the letters are impressed into the wet concrete. So this is a local style that I have not seen elsewhere in South Carolina. This does not mean that there aren't impressed concrete markers, but this particular typeset I have not seen anywhere else. And it is in just about every burial ground that had markers. Next to that is this cedar marker that's shaped in a sort of humanoid fashion. Of course, the name of the deceased is unknown. This is in the Bowers Family Cemetery near Brunson, South Carolina. This marker is actually right next to another marker whose epitaph reads, "Killed in 1812 by Indian Tories." I did do a project on that one. It is outside of the scope for this thesis. I do believe, and I posit that this might be a black burial, mainly because a lot of the enslaved in this region of South Carolina came from the Congo for their rice cultivation knowledge. And this is a marker style that is also found in that region of Africa from the time period. Of course, you would need an archaeologist to verifiably prove this, but I do believe it hints at least, if not a black burial in what is otherwise known as a white cemetery, some cultural crossings from Africans to Europeans instead of the common narrative that we get that only Europeans transmitted cultural capital onto enslaved Africans. Next we have, from our title slide, this is the burial of Mary E. Lightsey from the Prince William Primitive Baptist Churchyard. She died in 1862, and this is peak Victoriana. It is beautifully preserved. Someone is taking great care of this. This is the prototypical mourner holding the wreath, leaning over the shrouded urn. I have not seen another stone like this. There is also, you can't see it very well here, but there is dimpling in behind this art piece, which is usually a style from Scottish stone carvers, and I do believe that this is also a Walker stone. Thomas Walker was in Charleston at this time, and he would have come from Scotland and have been stone carving at this time. A beautiful example of professional stone carving from the period. And then all the way to our left, we have the almost exact opposite. This is in the Lebanon Methodist Churchyard auxiliary area. It's not in the main churchyard, and this is the black burial area. This church is in the middle of nowhere near Estill, right across from a cotton field. It is an extremely old building. There is still an outhouse, and this is clearly what would be a footstone that's been repurposed as a headstone, and someone has carved by themselves. All I could make out was HC died 1910. So I picked these four because they really exemplify the disparities in burial markers, the ways in which some folks are remembered and others must carve their own, quite literally, or have them pressed at a cheaper rate by folks who help them out. I do believe that these are all in different areas of the county, and they are all indicative of styles that I could find similarly in others. I was especially excited about the cedar marker. They are quite old just based on aging, I do believe. Before I talk about the gaps in the thesis, these are just some other examples of disparities and just the variety of burials. In the top right corner, this is Horse Pond Cemetery, which is on former Gravel Hill Plantation, which is near Garnett, South Carolina. This is, it was very hard to reach. I have a lot of I've had a lot of barriers with plantation access. People do not want me on the property as soon as I mention I'm looking for enslaved burial grounds. This is the one plantation I was able to get access to so far, and it is, according to the landscaper, the enslaved burial ground. This is what it looks like, and most of the stones are actually rather new. Folks are still using this as an active burial site and tracing their enslaved ancestors to this burial ground. The upkeep is shoddy at best, and I'm not sure whose jurisdiction it lies under. To the left top, this is the Hamilton family cemetery. This was a plantation family, and as we can see here, this marker was placed fairly recently, but I include it because it says plantation workers, and it is clearly where the enslaved were buried. And this is an attempt, I think, of possibly a descendant to recognize them, but in quite an odd way by calling them workers and not acknowledging the realities of their enslavement. At the bottom right, we have just the Crocketville Cemetery. As we can see, it's very nicely gated in direct opposition to the Horse Pond Cemetery above it, and it is very well maintained. This is behind a Presbyterian church in Crocketville. And bottom left, this is just an ornate stone that is in the Zaylor Family Cemetery near Yemassee, South Carolina. This cemetery was quite overgrown, and it seems that while a few stones were kept in good repair, others are left forgotten in the same cemeteries. But this is peak mail order gravestone. It's very ornate, but there are a lot of similar ones, and it's clear that it's been poured from a mold. So just this change from hand carved to easily accessible. You could even order them in the Sears Roebuck catalog. I also had a lack of time in the area. I live in near Asheville, North Carolina now, and while I do stay with my grandfather and visit when I can, I did most of these surveys in the middle of the summer, and I did get heat stroke. It is tough out there. Word to the wise, do not do field research in South Carolina in July. I'm also new at archival work. There's a lack of interdisciplinary ties. I could use archaeologists. There are a lot of community networking essentials that while they know me, I am not part of the community. It could easily become just a full transcription project, which South Carolina does have a transcription project that I believe is run just by TAFA files. It could stand to be bolstered, and I'm hoping to transcribe as many as I can on my spreadsheet. My whiteness also undoubtedly limited what some residents were willing to talk to me about, and I do believe that there is more that could be done over time, but in the time frame that a thesis must be completed, of course there will be gaps, and I believe that this thesis could go build a foundation for a lot of other studies. Thank you so much. I'll just take a quick moment to say that to the left here was my most exciting find. It is a slate marker. It does have a willow tree on the top, and it is just in flawless condition. As we can see here, she died in 1817. It is outside of my study a bit, but I just had to include it. I'm sure everyone will really enjoy it. This is in the Black Swamp Cemetery / Robertville Baptist Churchyard. It was one of the most diverse ones I visited. The churchyards are really fascinating. And then to the left in the Salkehatchie Ebenezer Cemetery, this is Mary Williams. She died in 1861. The script and the ornate carving, I do believe that this might also be a Walker or a White. Of course, it has sunken quite a bit. This is about the lowest part of Hampton County, so the stones very much show both the acid rain and the effects of the environment and the humidity. Almost all of them have some sort of mold or discoloration, as you can see on this stone here, but they're still beautiful. And this is why I think the transcription would be so important. Thank you so much, and I will take any questions at this time.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Quinn. Both of these warrant so much more, and I'm hoping maybe for potential future markers from both of you, Parky and Quinn, to expand on your research. Fabulous. So I'm going to give folks the opportunity to unmute themselves if you want to raise your hand if you have questions. I know there's a few in the chat. Actually, Brian, you are on it. You raised your hand right away, so I'll hand it over to you. Oh, I can't hear you. You are unmuted, but I don't think your audio is connected.
That better?
That's better.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'd like to see myself too. It always helps. Thanks. Well, first of all, fabulous presentations, everybody. Quinn, I've been educating myself recently on a lot of issues. I read the 1619 Project, and I read the story of the Cotilda, the last slave ship that came into Mobile. So what you're working on there is very much of interest to me these days. If you approach the cemetery owners simply to say, I'm a historian interested in old cemeteries, and left it at that, do you feel you'd have better access? Or would that just be too unethical? Maybe
Well, so the issue remains is that one, most of the plantation homes were temporary. When you read a lot of the writings in the period, folks call this period region of South Carolina the Pine Barrens, and they normally hate it, and they build their houses of wood, and they're only up there when they've spent all their money in Charleston and have to come back and wait a little while until a new harvest comes in. So most of the time the homes aren't there anymore. They were often burned down. Hampton County got really heavily affected by Sherman's march. So a lot of the records and a lot of the wooden homes are gone. Those that do remain were usually bought out after the Civil War, and most of them are owned by like rich guys in New York. So even when I can get access to them, they are immediately very suspicious because usually the plantation owners are either buried somewhere else that is accessible, or they're buried in a local big cemetery. So they know usually from the start that I'm looking for enslaved burials. I have had a couple instances where I've been literally run off the property. So, but for the most part, it just comes down to one, accessibility, and two, a lot of times they're private hunting lodges now, and I'm simply not allowed on the property, or they don't think, they're like, no, nobody's buried here, and they won't let me on the property. I find a lot of old maps to try to prove myself, and yeah, so it's mainly just a lack of belief or a big mistrust, because there was also a big scandal with a rich family there, and some folks got murdered a few months ago, so everyone thinks I'm trying to figure out stuff about that family too. So I've had some issues. Yes, but for the most part it's just folks who don't know me. Yeah, the Murdochs. Yes, everyone thinks I'm looking for Murdoch tea, and I'm not. It's really hampered my thesis.
Thank you. Can I ask Perky a quick question? Since I'm on here for Hi, Perky. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person this week, coming next week. So a couple of years back, I'm looking at my old diary. I bicycled through the Texas Hill Country during bluebonnet season. It was an extraordinary experience. And one of the places, I couldn't remember what it was called, was Enchanted Rock. That gorgeous, I wrote in my little journal here, Texas answer to Uluru, right? Ayers Rock, and it's fantastic. And I wrote down that it is a rose quartzite, and I'm wondering if any thoughts.
It's the pink granite.
Okay, so I was mistaken in what I was told.
But there's other rocks in the area, so somebody might have been pointing to something else that was a quartz, but it's Granite Mountain is the one that's gotten all carved up, and Enchanted Rock is the one that's been preserved. But yes, but they're these huge, as you saw, they're, for people who aren't familiar, hundreds of feet above the ground.
1,800 feet. 1,800 feet was what I had for elevation. The view from the top was magnificent. It's a great hike. We stopped there for lunch, and we hiked up and then bicycled on. Okay, thank you. Wanted to know if
of course, thank you, Brian. Thank you. Jonathan, you have your hand up.
Right, thank you. Question for Quinn. Very interesting, all that. Interesting what you were saying about the wooden marker, the discoid or the discoid marker, and you were saying about possible Congo influences. How do you see, do you see that as simply because of the particular shape of that makes it different from other wooden markers in the Low Country, like the ones at both at North Carolina and those like that? Where do you think there's any sort of tying in between the two, or are they totally separate?
Sure. So usually any enslaved peoples that are coming into South Carolina are going to be coming in through the Charleston ports, and that's not just for South Carolina, that's usually where a lot of folks would come in. So there would absolutely definitely be some ties between Beaufort and the Hampton region, especially because a lot of the, it's called sea cotton. They grew that particular kind of cotton. They would also have plantations up in Hampton as well. So there is a chance that there would be tie-ins. I saw a lot of cedar markers in various plots or grave yards, but they would just be footstone shaped. The particular humanoid shape I've only found in a few spots. I'm not as familiar with. I'm sure it shows up in other places, but the link to the Congo I got from some research in a really good anthology called The Materiality of Freedom, where they're looking at ties to West African burial practices and specifically South Carolina in a couple of particular articles. I definitely have more research to do, and since I'm not an archaeologist, I can't just dig it up and figure it out, but I do know that that is where the majority of the enslaved people in this region of South Carolina came from. It's either, as I said, a material exchange where someone just thought, oh, that looks cool, I want to do that. And I know cedar lasts a long time. There's a cedar tree in the graveyard that very probably folks got their wood from. Or it is possibly an earlier burial of an enslaved Black person. It's just a theory of mine.
Lynn, you have your hand up if you want to unmute.
Yeah, hey, I have a question for Perky. I put it in the chat, but I'm just curious about that raised lettering, because you talked about how hard that ironstone is. And I had a conversation with Karen Sprague, the stone carver in Scituate, and she said that raised lettering is much more difficult. So why would they even attempt that? That's kind of curious. And the other thing is maybe there's like a migration style, if you can find similar styles, because they wouldn't probably do raised lettering unless it was sort of traditional or something that related to, something that where they were from originally. But that would just be an interesting thing to look into. Have you seen any other raised lettering styles nearby?
No, and in fact, not much of raised lettering styles on any other types of markers either. So, that's why you come to AGS, because I never even I saw it, it just never clicked. So now you definitely need to research that. And I'm all the more impressed. There was somebody in that area who had a hand, definitely, because all of these really stylized ones are in this one cemetery. But I don't know who, so I just got to keep researching, and I will definitely be asking, more questions about the style and that carving.
Thank you. Joshua, if you want to unmute yourself. There we go. We can hear you.
I'm curious about the raised lettering. It seems to me that raised lettering became very popular in the early part of the 20th century, and I haven't seen that much raised lettering from this time period. I'm wondering, I don't know if I've actually seen a study on this, but I have noticed it in my travels. I wonder if that could be anything to do with the raised lettering one in Perky's presentation.
I don't know if anyone. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm actually defer to Lynn on that. Yes, but no, it's definitely more research.
I would just say that there has been raised lettering like 1500s and onwards in the UK. So, and I was, Jonathan had mentioned about something in that shape reminding him of something in Sussex. So there may be some sort of migration track or something that you can perhaps you just need to find that one stone that, that might open the world for you.
Totally. Thank you for that question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Perky.
Well, I was going to say, Quinn, I'm just extremely jealous of your cedar and that you have wood. I know we have written records they used wood here and it just rotted out. So I'm just very jealous, and I'm so glad you had that in your presentation, which
Just
I
the
really
cedar
enjoyed.
too. I'm sure there were others. There was it's called laddered knot there that a lot of enslaved folks use, which was wood dipped in tar pitch, but those have since disintegrated and I can't find them. It was a big railroad town too, and that they had like, it was called Poor Town, and I can't find their burial grounds either. So those were my little gems, but I'm fascinated with your iron. The frustration with identifying them and finding them must be really, really gratifying.
Well, thank you guys so much. I don't see, there's like, I think 1 or 2 other questions in the chat just about the stonecutters, more conversation there. So to keep us on time, if there are any other questions for either Quinn or Perky, please feel free to DM them on Slack. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer additional questions. So thank you guys both so much for your fabulous presentations. So at this time, I'll just get about a minute or so here to switch over to our next panel session, and we'll get started. Let me remove spotlight. Okay, I know you want to be main screen. All right. Second here. All right, folks. Yeah, we're gonna we'll give you 1 more minute. We'll start at 6:35, 6:34. So we'll have 1 minute for folks to take a stretch break, and then we'll get started up here again. All righty. Folks want to give me a thumbs up if they're back and ready. We can get started on the next session. Okay, seeing some thumbs up and some faces. Good, good. I hope you like my commentary as we go through this. Good. All right. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Alrighty, so seeing a lot of thumbs up, we're going to move on to our next and last panel session of the evening before we go to lovely cocktail hour. So our next panel session is Mapping Lives and Cemeteries. Our first presentation will be Mapping Lifespans in Context, Creative Approaches to Visualizing Genealogy by Courtney Barr. And then we'll go on to Blown Away, Unconventional Survey Techniques in a Cemetery with Surface Artifacts by Claire Warner. So let me share our screen here and we'll get going.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Courtney Barr, and I am an Associate Professor of Graphic Design at Louisiana State University. I'm also an artist and a designer, and I have a special interest in information design. I have a deep personal interest in my family genealogy, which led me into finding ways of visualizing topics related to genealogy and genetics. In this presentation, I'm going to describe a type of family ancestry chart called a lifespan tree. Throughout history, there have been beautiful and intricate visual representations of genealogy. Some of the earliest known examples of family trees did not focus on the average individual, but on spiritual subjects, such as this 12th century genealogy of Christ. These leaves trace the ancestry of Christ back through time to the beginning of the world. The diagram culminates in a depiction of the Magi adoring the Christ child, who is held by the enthroned Virgin. In fact, the notion of a tree to represent family lineage likely originates from medieval Christian representations of the tree of Jesse. The depiction shows Jesse of Bethlehem, the father of King David and an ancestor of Christ, as the root of a great tree. He lies at the bottom, and the tree grows from his body. On each branch, it shows kings and prophets holding scrolls that foretell the coming of Christ. This type of genealogical diagram dates from the 17th century and is based on Persian prototypes and lists the descendants of biblical figures and their contemporaries in the Eastern world. The names of the patriarchs, prophets, and kings are placed inside circles of various sizes and ornamentations linked by lines. I'm captivated by this diagram, especially for its creative use of geometry and ornamentation to highlight connections and emphasize important characteristics of the individuals in the tree. It is beautiful and informative, which is a key goal in my own work. Over time, genealogical representations began to show a more direct tree-like structure, leading to the more literal version that we think of today. Here we have the family tree of the House of Habsburg, which was notoriously un-tree-like in reality. For centuries, family trees tended to only represent families of important social class or monarchy, and often only showed the patrilineal heritage. As family trees became more and more important to people who wanted to trace their roots, whether embellished or accurate, the form and structure over time has become more varied and decorative. Illustration styles and embellishments help to give the tree a way to represent something more personal about the family. The traditional ancestry or pedigree chart tends to display individual ancestors' familial relationships, birth and death dates, perhaps geographical locations, but stops short of revealing much deeper context. There are template-based websites and software packages for genealogy that produce some fairly plain diagrams. For example, this family tree image was generated through Ancestry.com's MyChart Family Tree Maker. These tools are great ways to create quickly generated charts. However, what's frustrating for me about these tools is how limited they are. The user can pick from a few design styles, but there is much less control over the visual styling of colors, fonts, and images. As a family historian who is also a graphic designer, I wanted to find a method of not only improving the visual style of the tree, but also visualizing more levels of insight and context. I was inspired by a historical pedigree diagram called a sun chart, which is based on a radial or circular structure. This style of ancestry chart shows ancestors radiating outward from the central primary descendant, and the circular shape helps to save space on the page. I am also inspired by diagrams that are used to represent connections in evolutionary biology. A phylogenetic tree is a branching diagram or a tree showing the evolutionary relationships among various biological species or other entities based on similarities and differences in their physical or genetic characteristics. All life on Earth is part of a single phylogenetic tree, indicating common ancestry. These types of charts often use branching lines and color coding to help the viewer understand the connections. I realized this radial structure had potential to show a lot of information. The lifespan tree is inspired by a combination of the phylogenetic tree and the sun chart, but includes a timeline element. It starts with a present-day descendant in the center and moves outward back in time. This example traces my own family tree, with myself in the center in the year 2020, reaching back to the year 1750. This diagram is not created with an automated process or software package, giving me as the designer more control over the development of the style, fonts, colors, etc. It has the potential to be styled in an infinite variety of ways. And just like in the traditional sun chart, paternal ancestry is shown on the left side of the chart, while maternal ancestry branches to the right. Each ancestor's lifespan is displayed along the timeline, with mother and father branching to the right or to the left. This upper right quadrant shows my maternal grandfather's lineage. The intent is to allow the viewer to see who lived at the same time, who lived long or died young, who outlived their children, and where there may be missing information. This format allows for key historical events such as war, social movements, technological inventions, economic shifts, etc., to be superimposed over the diagram so that one can see the full context of their ancestors' life experiences. For example, in this version, we see the many technologies that were invented during my great-grandmother's lifetime. From 1912 to 2010, she lived through the proliferation of home electricity all the way to the invention of the internet and the smartphone. This way of mapping events on a timeline highlights the shared experiences of related individuals while also showing the big picture of history. In this example, wars are highlighted along the timeline. My fourth great-grandfather, Crisley Nicholson, died in the Civil War at the age of 31, outlived by his parents for just 6 years. His wife, Elizabeth, lived a long life of 70 years, all the way to 1910. These moments of life experiences are mapped out in such a way that the viewer is always looking for more details, more connections across the generations. Seeing the entire tree gives an interesting view of what data is missing. For example, you may find a visual representation of gaps in the tree, where deeper research is needed. Those of us who are interested in tracing genealogy know that the research is never ending. As more and more historical documents are digitized and made available to the public, the family tree becomes even more expanded and detailed. This particular version of the diagram exists as a printed piece. However, I envision a future version that is more appropriately viewed in a digital format to allow the user to zoom in on those details. In addition to family tree mapping, I am also very interested in visualizing genetic relationships. I won't go into a long explanation, but by using raw DNA data from myself and family members, I've created a series of works that shows the visual connections that exist in that data. The example here compares my own genetic information with my grandmother's and highlights where we have shared DNA. I created a color-coded symbol system to replace the A, C, T, and G letters that represent genetic information. I hope that it brings the viewer some visual understanding of what would otherwise be very complex information. In a more recent series, I discovered a scientific database of DNA barcodes, which are short snippets of genetic information collected by biologists and used to identify species. This series represents the genetic barcodes of extinct species. I used a similar visual symbol system to represent the DNA data and created a series of specimens. The intent in this series is to evoke a sense of the preciousness of life. In conclusion, I want to encourage you to explore how artists and designers are representing genealogy in creative and unexpected ways. In addition, I think it's important for those of us in the visual arts to collaborate with researchers in this field to enhance how we understand and appreciate genealogy. Please let me know if you have any questions or comments, and thank you for your time.
Wow, Courtney, that is just fabulous. Oh my goodness. That is so cool to look at, and surely would be a great tool for genealogists and cemetery historians to research. Like, whew. And I will also know for folks who are coming in person, Courtney will also have some photos coming along with some posters that I'm assuming are maybe blown up versions of that we can
Yes,
we can do.
yes.
Okay, very awesome. Yeah, so a treat for everyone who's joining us in person to look at that further. Perfect. Thank you, Courtney.
You're welcome.
So then we're going to move on to our next presentation, and then we'll have time to ask questions to both Courtney and Claire. So our next presenter is Blown Away, Unconventional Survey Techniques in a Cemetery with Surface Artifacts by Claire Warner. So let me share my screen.
Hello, I'm Claire Warner, and today I will be presenting Blown Away, Unconventional Survey Techniques in a Cemetery with Surface Artifacts. This paper focuses on a Phase 2 survey of an African-American family cemetery on Fort Campbell Military Base. This survey used unconventional techniques to record surface artifacts in situ without ground disturbance. Fort Campbell is located across the states of Tennessee and Kentucky and in 4 different counties, located in portions of Middle Tennessee and Western Kentucky. Those 4 counties include Montgomery and Stewart in Tennessee and Christian and Trigg in Kentucky. The post covers over 106,000 acres and is currently an active Army training post. Fort Campbell has over 130 cemeteries documented in situ across the landscape. Besides that, we have many cemeteries that were removed during the 1940s in key areas to accommodate training. In total, we probably had at one point about 200 cemeteries across what is Fort Campbell today. Most of these are very small family cemeteries averaging between 8 and 12 burials. We have one official Army cemetery, that's the German POW cemetery. The focus of our presentation today will be Hezekiah Coward Cemetery, which is located at the yellow dot on the map with the arrow. This cemetery is located in the Montgomery County portion of Fort Campbell, and it's located on a small finger ridge in a wooded area of Fort Campbell near Fletcher's Fork. This area is used primarily for training purposes and some logging purposes as well. The cemetery was rediscovered by our post-avian biologist in 2008 during a bird survey. He was walking through the area and noticed there was a thick Finca carpet under his feet and started noticing some very suspicious looking depressions on the ground, and that those depressions were in rows. He reported those depressions to the Cultural Resource Management Program Office, and the cemetery was then added to our database of cemeteries. Research was conducted into why the cemetery was not in our records. It was discovered that it was actually originally on the 1941 Army Acquisition Survey maps. These were the maps that were created when the Army purchased the land for Fort Campbell. The cemetery is clearly marked here in yellow on the map as a cemetery. However, besides the fact that the cemetery was on a tract of land owned by a gentleman named Hezekiah Coward, nothing else, no other details of the cemetery were recorded beyond what we have in the tract map. The cemetery gained the name Hezekiah Coward Cemetery because our naming convention here in the program is to name cemeteries after the last landowner before Army acquisition. Once the cemetery was in our database, it was monitored yearly to make sure that there was no training damage in the cemetery. During this monitoring, deep grave depressions were discovered throughout the cemetery. Historic fencing was noted, probably early 20th century, as well as surface artifacts including glass, whiteware, and porcelain. This was quite unusual as no other cemeteries on Fort Campbell had any surface artifacts like this that had been recorded during monitoring. In 2021, we went through all of our cemeteries to identify those that lacked a state trinomial. This is a number, an official number that is given by the state SHPO's office for all archaeological sites as part of recording for Section 106. This cemetery lacked a trinomial because the cemetery had not been identified during the Phase 1 survey of the area. Now I will give you some background on the history of Fort Campbell and Hezekiah Coward Cemetery for some context. The Fort Campbell area was first settled by European settlers in the very late 18th and early 19th centuries. Fort Campbell is located in an area that was known as the Barrens. This area extends from central Kentucky into northern parts of Middle Tennessee and western Kentucky. It was an area that was primarily prairie and grassland with sparse, shrubby trees throughout. Because of the way that the landscape was, many settlers assumed that the area was not fertile and was not good for farming. However, when they discovered that it was, they settled it quickly because it was easy to clear. Dark-fired tobacco became the main cash crop of the area very early on after settlement. This crop was grown using large plantations with large enslaved populations, including sometimes larger enslaved populations than unenslaved populations in certain areas. The area of Fort Campbell was taken during the Civil War by the Union very quickly in the spring of 1862. As a result, large freedmen camps formed in the area in Clarksville, in the community of New Providence just north of Clarksville, and at Fort Donelson west of Fort Campbell in Stewart County, Tennessee. The Providence camp actually was very close to what is now Fort Campbell and bordered it to the east. After the war, the mode of tobacco production switched from a plantation type production method to a sharecropping and tenant farmer production method. Dark-fired tobacco was again the dominant crop during this time and remained the dominant cash crop in the region until the early 20th century. In the 1880s, tobacco and land prices dropped. This allowed for more African Americans in the area to become landowners. Fort Campbell itself was created around the time of World War II. In the 1930s, the United States government began looking for locations for Army camps for a possible war in Europe. The location for Fort Campbell was actually chosen in 1940 before the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and land survey began in September of 1941, before the bombing of Pearl Harbor. After Pearl Harbor was bombed and the United States officially entered World War II, things were sped up. Fort Campbell officially opened in July of 1942. It was initially supposed to be a temporary camp. There were no permanent plans to keep what was then known as Camp Campbell as a permanent Army installation. However, after World War II, with the United States then going into the Korean War, Fort Campbell was made permanent and the name was changed from Camp Campbell to Fort Campbell. Today, it is still a very active Army post with thousands and thousands of active duty soldiers. Our main tenant is the 101st Airborne Division. Hezekiah Coward Cemetery is located in the community of Woodlawn, Tennessee, which was a dispersed rural African American community in the southeast corner of what is now Fort Campbell. After the Civil War, many African Americans moved to this area, and when land prices dropped, many African American landowners acquired land there and set up a community. The community was centered around Woodlawn Elizabeth Missionary Baptist Church, which is still around today. That church was founded in the 1870s. Another focus of life in the Woodlawn community was Ransom School. Ransom School was built in 1925. It was built using local, county, and Rosenwald Foundation funds. The Rosenwald Foundation was a foundation that provided seed money for schools for rural African Americans, mostly in the Southeast during the early 20th century. Ransom School was a Rosenwald school. It was located a half a mile from Hezekiah Coward Cemetery. There have been archaeological excavations at the school, and there have been items found such as marbles and desk parts. As for what we know about the cemetery itself, we do have somewhat of a timeline of ownership of the cemetery. We know that Frank Quarles purchased the land that the cemetery is on likely sometime in the 1880s. Frank Quarles was an African American man who was born into slavery and achieved freedom as an adult after the Civil War. He lived there with his wife, Catherine, and by the time that he was emancipated, all of his children were grown. In 1906, Frank Quarles died. He was illiterate and left behind no will, so his family had to go to court to settle his estate. There ended up being some kind of dispute and lawsuit over the land, and the family ended up losing the land after Frank Quarles' death. Once the family loses the land, the county then auctioned the land off, and it was sold to John and Mattie Bell. They did not live on the land, they used it as a tenant farm. In 1909, they sold the land to Austin P. Now, Austin P. is a very prominent member of the Montgomery County community, the Clarksville community. He was a local lawyer and politician. He currently has a university in Clarksville named after him. Austin P. purchased this land as an investment and quickly flipped it in 1910 to sell to W.D. Hauser. Now, W.D. Hauser also did not live on the land and rented it out as a tenant farm. Hauser sold the land to Hezekiah Coward in 1914. Hezekiah Coward did live on this land with his family until it was acquired by the U.S. Army in 1942. It was acquired by condemnation. He did not consent to sell the land to the government, so the government went to court to acquire the land through eminent domain. Interestingly, there is a familial relationship between Frank Quarles and Hezekiah Coward. Frank Quarles is Hezekiah Coward's maternal grandfather. Frank and Catherine had a daughter named Nancy Quarles, who married a African American Union veteran named Jim Coward. They had 9 children. Hezekiah Coward is the 7th of their 9 children. It is possible, we believe that it's possible, that one of the reasons why Hezekiah Coward purchased the land is because the family knew that the cemetery was on the land and they wanted to get that land back. Interestingly, on all of the title changes, the chain of title that we went through, there is no mention of a cemetery being on the land. That's likely due to the fact that the land was taken in the lawsuit and then auctioned off, so they did not know that the cemetery was located there. And now for some brief information about African American grave goods. Artifacts that were found at Hezekiah Coward Cemetery are likely related to African burial traditions that were practiced by formerly enslaved and enslaved people. The artifacts found there, including whiteware, porcelain, and bottle glass, could be associated with a few different traditions. All the ceramics found were white in color, which is associated with protection and the dead in traditional African beliefs. Glass that was found was clear, aqua, or blue. Blue is often a color that's associated with protection, especially protection from evil spirits in African and African American spiritualities. Vessels that held water, such as bottles, could also protect graves from evil spirits, as it was believed that spirits could not cross water. In addition, in certain communities, it was common to put the last item a person touched before death on the grave. Items like plates and cups were often found on graves such as these. At Fort Campbell, we have no other documented cemeteries that have these types of grave goods, and in the region generally, it's not particularly common. Because of the surface artifacts at Hezekiah Coward Cemetery potentially being related to spiritual practice, special care had to be taken in surveying the cemetery. The entire cemetery was covered in leaf litter from the trees that had formed from it basically becoming part of the natural landscape again. So we had to figure out a way to access the artifacts that were underneath those leaves. We also didn't know the extent to which the surface artifacts were present. We didn't know which areas of the cemetery they were in or how much of the cemetery they covered. We didn't even have firm numbers on exactly how many grave depressions were located in the cemetery and where they were. This was an issue not only for our Phase 2 survey, which we needed to submit to the state, but also because we were looking at the possibility of fencing the cemetery in the future to prevent training damage. Because of our program's SOPs, as well as some U.S. Army policies, we were trying to avoid all kinds of invasive measures, including coring, probing, and GPR. So we had to come up with some alternate techniques to use that would be non-invasive and respectful of the fact that there were artifacts associated with potential spiritual practices in this cemetery. When I was thinking about how to approach this, I remembered some work that I had done while working for the Forest Service at Land Between the Lakes National Recreation Area. There and throughout the Forest Service, it's very common to use leaf blowers to remove leaf litter around cemeteries and wooden structures during controlled burns and wildland fire type situations to help protect cultural resources. I've been involved in this. I have helped use leaf blowers in many cemeteries to help clear them out during my time there. It had also been noted that while we were doing this at Land Between the Lakes, we would often see surface artifacts and grave depressions that we had not noticed before we had begun leaf blowing, things that had not been able to be seen. You'll note here in these photographs, these are actually from Land Between the Lakes, from their heritage program. This is an outhouse that they were clearing around for controlled burn. And you can see here that there is an exposed mason jar in the picture on the right that was not visible before the leaf blowing began. This kind of thing is very common when this happened, and we had taken note of it. Because we had noticed this, we actually began to leaf blow out cemeteries to better assess them in my time while I was at Land Between the Lakes. We'd also begun to use it to find cemeteries that were hard to relocate on the landscape, including cemeteries that were informed to us by former residents of the area. We could go out and leaf blow and try to find grave depressions or unmarked graves or field stones. So since I had noted that the leaf blowing was useful in identifying these grave depressions and artifacts, and then it did not appear that these artifacts moved around at all during the leaf blowing process, I thought that using leaf blowers to help survey Hezekiah Coward Cemetery could be a very real possibility, so that we could then do walkover survey, identify all of the surface artifacts and all the graves. So we decided to use leaf blowers to blow out the cemetery and locate all of the surface artifacts and graves. This is the backpack leaf blower that I used. It's a backpack model. The backpack models tend to be a little bit higher powered than handheld leaf blowers. They also have adjustable settings that's adjustable with a thumb toggle. This is very helpful because it allows you to control the power with which you're blowing the leaves to help better maintain keeping those artifacts in situ and assess your situation as you go. Using a backpack leaf blower also just allows for better maneuverability because you don't have to worry about holding up the leaf blower with one hand and controlling the flow of the air. You can actually control the air better because you don't have so many things going on. We started leaf blowing in the center of the cemetery, moving back and forth, first from the center north, then from the center south. Some tips for successfully leaf blowing is to avoid letting large piles of leaves form. If you let too big of a pile of leaves form where you need to blow them out, it's going to make it very difficult. Use an up and down motion with the nozzle of the leaf blower to help get leaves out of deep grave depressions. This can help get underneath the leaves and push them out. Blow at the area where the ground and the leaves meet. This helps you get better underneath the leaves to blow them out of place. And always keep your hand on the nozzle, on the toggle of the leaf blower, because that way you can control it so that if things start blowing around too much, you can dial it back. We did not have a problem with artifacts moving around, but that may be a problem for you. So it's a good idea to keep your finger on that toggle so that you can adjust if you need to. After we were satisfied that we had located all of the artifacts and graves within the cemetery area, we went back and we flagged all of the surface artifacts or the groupings of surface artifacts that we found. We numbered those. Then we went with a sub-meter accurate Trimble GPS unit and recorded the location of every single one of those artifacts. We also used a north arrow and a scale to take photographs of all of the artifacts and artifact groupings. We also flagged and numbered each grave depression, and then we GPS'd those as well. This is what the cemetery looked like with all of the leaf litter removed. As you can see, you have much better ground visibility before, and the grave depressions are also much more visible as well. Here are some examples of the exposed glass surface artifacts that we located, including parts of pitchers and bottles. You can see here that there is clear, aqua, cobalt, and manganese glass. Manganese glass is sometimes called solarized glass. All of this remained in situ. As you can see, a lot of it was somewhat pressed into the ground, so it didn't move around when we leaf blew at all. These are some examples of exposed ceramics that we found in the cemetery. This included whiteware and porcelain. As you can see, there are portions of plate rims. All the ceramics that were located were white, and all of them remained in situ very well. As you can see, a lot of them are pretty pressed into the soil, so there wasn't any moving around. This is a map of all of the grave depressions and artifacts or artifacts clusters that were located during the leaf blowing project. In all, 34 grave depressions were recorded and 17 artifacts or artifact clusters. We also found historic wire fencing around one grave and a possible iron grave marker at another that was partially buried. As you can see from the map, the artifacts are not evenly distributed throughout the area of graves. There could be many reasons for that. We do believe that this cemetery was logged through at one point before it was re-identified, so it's likely that the artifacts that are there are broken because they were run over by logging equipment. So it may even be possible that the artifacts that are represented here come from only a few graves within the cemetery and were spread out during that logging process. They could have come from other places as well, but we do believe that they are specific to the cemetery. Now, I believe that this method could be useful in a variety of different cemetery settings to help better survey and assess cemeteries. One would be cemeteries that are all grave depressions or mainly unmarked. Another would be cemeteries that have mainly ledgers or flush stones, or cemeteries that have been vandalized and all of the markers have fallen. So this is an example here of one of Fort Campbell's cemeteries. This is Dennis Cemetery. It has mainly ledger stones in it and they are all broken. So actually, we also leaf blew out this cemetery to take photographs fairly recently so that we could assess all of the bits and pieces of broken marker within the cemetery. Another one would be cemeteries with surface artifacts like this, but cemeteries that maybe don't even have African American type grave goods. There are other types of traditions that this could work with as well, such as shell-mounded graves or graves that have outlines of stone, things like that. It could be useful in that type of situation. It also could be very helpful in locating possible unmarked graves. So if you have an informant or a historic map that says a cemetery is located in an area and you can't see anything visible on the surface that indicates a cemetery, you could bring your leaf blower out and use it to possibly expose grave depressions and find the cemetery. Within archaeology, there are other possible use cases for this method. Sites in wooded areas with surface or shallow deposits could be better explored without having to put in test units. This could be things like foundations of buildings, remains of buildings, bottle dumps, things of that nature, as well as sites in areas with little or negative soil deposition. In sites that are actively eroding, you may even be able to find prehistoric sites such as lithic scatters just by leaf blowing the surface. This is an example here of a whiskey still site at Land Between the Lakes that they leaf blew to get a better idea of what was remaining. As you can see, there's parts of some sheet metal, possibly part of the still, that's still there, as well as some wooden artifacts. However, there are some cemeteries that are not a good candidate for this method. Cemeteries that don't have leaf litter, that have very tall grass or brush, are not good candidates, as well as cemeteries that are already well maintained. You're not going to get to see anything that you would normally see in a cemetery that's regularly mowed and maintained. Another thing that would make a cemetery not a good candidate would be grave goods that could blow around. This is things that are made out of plastic, silk flowers, faux wreaths, things like that that are more common in cemeteries that are regularly visited would make this not a good candidate for this method because they would just blow around and it wouldn't work very well. And now I would like to acknowledge those that helped with this project. Michael Miller and Ashley Smith from SpecPro Professional Services, Ron Grayson and Nicole Sorensen-Munchie from the Fort Campbell Cultural Resources Management Program, and Chris Thornock and Carl Fagans with the Land Between the Lakes National Recreation Area Heritage Program. Thank you for listening to my presentation today. If you have any questions, I will take them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. That was fabulous. And I can think of some cemeteries, and surely others can as well, ones they're working on that would benefit greatly from this potential project using that method. So awesome. So at this point, we will have questions for both Courtney and Claire. So I'm going to highlight you guys or spotlight you guys, and then I'll allow folks to unmute themselves here in just a second. Spotlight and Claire. Alrighty, there you guys are. Jennifer, you were right there with your hand up, so feel free to ask the first question.
Hi, Claire. I noticed something in the photos of the leaf blowing areas that caught my attention as another surface artifact, and that is the vegetation. There's a lot of Vinca minor on the ground.
Yes.
Is that completely all through Fort Campbell, or is it concentrated by the cemeteries? Because it was a traditional plant that was put on children's graves.
We find it all over cemeteries and historic home sites at Fort Campbell.
Yep.
So in both contexts. Pretty much every cemetery I visited on Fort Campbell has some remnant of Vinca on it.
Yep.
We've actually had issues with maintenance in the past where they were mowing certain cemeteries that had Vinca, which cemeteries that have healthy Vinca should not be mowed. It'll damage the Vinca and kill it, and then the invasive species move in. But we find it throughout. It covers a fairly wide area of the forest there, wider than the area that's just the cemetery. And we do use it as a sign that there might be a cemetery, but we also find it commonly at home sites as well.
Yeah, I have a cemetery that I've been paying attention to for the last 50 years, and I can map the track of the Vinca minor with time. And it's fascinating how it spreads, but it basically, we know it started on that plot, which was probably 20 feet by 18 feet or something, and it just kept going, and now it covers probably an acre, but that's in 150 years.
Yeah, we don't have a good timeline for this cemetery for exactly the use period on it. Most of the artifacts are early 20th century in nature, but that doesn't necessarily mean sorry, that the whole cemetery is from the early 20th century. We're a bit unsure of dates there, since none of the graves are marked, and I tried trying to locate graves of family members from the Coward and the Quarles family. But and I looked through a lot of death certificates of folks trying to find if I could find a name for this cemetery, anything like that. And I really was pretty unsuccessful. Some folks were referenced as being buried in, quote, Woodlawn Cemetery, but that could be 4 or 5 different cemeteries on Fort Campbell. So we don't know who's buried there at all or when.
Thank you
for the question, Jennifer. I know we had a few questions coming to the chat. Actually, kind of a follow-up question to that from Dennis for you, Claire. He asked if you ran into any yucca plants as well in the cemetery.
No yucca at this cemetery. We do find yucca at some cemeteries, but no yucca at this particular one. Other African-American cemeteries on Fort Campbell do have yucca, but it's also pretty common at home sites as well. I don't think we have identified any specific non-native plants at Fort Campbell that are unique to cemeteries only.
Thank you. A question from Bruce for Courtney. Do you have a template sheet, or even better, a program that one could use to generate your new temporal ancestry charts?
I wish I did. And that's something that's part of the process, is trying to find ways to make this more streamlined of a process and make it more accessible to the general public. So that's like the direction I'm trying to move it into. You can create sun charts, but they don't have like the timeline element integrated. But I just saw that myheritage.com has a sun chart maker in it now, which is really interesting. It just doesn't have the timeline element. So that's something I'm definitely looking forward to figuring out in the future.
Thank you. Lynn, you have your hand raised.
Hey, yes, I don't know why I haven't asked you this before, Courtney, but time-wise, I know the genealogy side is ongoing, but just the design of that particular poster, have you any idea, like, the time that you've spent on that? Is that just, or is it never ending because you keep adding to it?
Well, that's part of the problem when you're designing with your own data that you can keep adding to infinitely. And so there was a time when that particular chart, about, I don't know, 8 years ago, when I first started working on it, was missing an entire wedge because I didn't know my grandfather's parents. So over time, I figured all that information out and been able to kind of keep adding it into. So it's really hard to put a number on hours. But I think if I was working on the same project for a family that wasn't my own, I think it would probably be quicker because I feel like it's never finished because it's my own family. And also, like, it stops in 1750 just because I can't make it, I can only print it so big. So if I could print it bigger or go digital, it could go further back in time to even a couple more 100 years if I wanted to. So
actually, as a follow-up question to that, Courtney, do you work with families then? Is this like a service that you offer to families that are looking to create this beautiful digital kind of format to their genealogy?
Not yet, but I hope to. I think I've just kind of been like refining the whole process so that it can become a marketable kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
fabulous. I don't think I have any other questions in the chat. Does anyone else have a question for either Courtney or Claire?
I think Bruce had a question in the chat.
Oh yeah, that's when we just went through the template one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted, can I say just a comment for Claire? I was really interested in your work, and it's a dream of mine to connect
my like diagrams with geographical references, and how do you like tie all that together? And it's so fascinating, the work that you do in kind of delving into that archaeological kind of side of things. And so it's just really, really interesting.
Thanks. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy my job a lot.
You have to. Yeah.
Labor of love, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Can I just mention one other thing, Ashlyn? Lorna made a comment about Courtney coming to the conference. Courtney's not able to go to the conference, but her poster will be there. So you can look at that in detail if you're in person.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see it at a large scale like that too. So it'll be great. Awesome. Okay. If there are no other questions, we will take a 7-minute break. And I know we have our virtual mixologist in our waiting room at the moment. So we will, get started back up at 7:30 on the dot, and we'll go to our mixology class. So if you need to move around your house to get to your kitchen or get to a place where you can mix some cocktails up and get your ingredients all ready, we'll get started in about 6-7 minutes. Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, folks. Going on to our last and especially not least part of our evening. We're excited for our cocktail hour. So if folks are back, can you give me a thumbs up? If you want to put on your cameras, you most certainly can, because it'll be more so to see each other. This is our little casual time of the conference evening. So, and let me, hold on everyone. Let's meet themselves. All right. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. We are very excited. Last year we put together our AGS cocktail book, and are excited to mix some up this year.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. So thank you all for having me. And we're not waiting on anyone else, and I'm ready to get started whenever you are.
Yeah, if other folks trickle in, like I'll admit them, but yeah, feel free to get started.
All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. Happy Friday, TGIF. I know everyone is just excited as I am for the weekend. My name is Ty Nicole, and I'm going to be your hostess with the mostest, your master mixologist for the next hour. And I'll be walking you through how to craft 3 specially curated cocktails. We're going to be doing the Monument Mojito. We're going to do the Gone to My Headstone. And then we're going to end things off with the Risen from the Grave. All right, so all 3 wonderful cocktails. They all taste so amazing, so yummy. I'm going to go through all the ingredients you're going to need in front of you, as well as all of the bar equipment. So that way, if you need to run and grab any additional items, you can definitely go ahead and do that. The one thing that I will say is synonymous across all 3 of these cocktails: you will need ice, and you will need enough ice for all 3 of those cocktails. So if you want to go grab that, go ahead. But in the meantime, I'm going to go over the rest of these items for you. A little bit about myself before we get started. I was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, and I currently reside in Atlanta, Georgia. I have been a mixologist for over 4 years now, and I absolutely love all things craft cocktails, all things curation. So you put the 2 together, and I found one of my favorite hobbies and pastimes. I've even made a business out of mixology. So curating these mixology experiences, whether in person or virtual, that's my claim to fame. So if you're ever in the Atlanta area, look me up. I will let you know where I'm bartending at, and I will be happy to take care of you. I've been working with Host Events, and that's who has partnered with you all to bring this virtual experience to you today. So without further ado, we will go ahead and get into our bar equipment first. If you all have any questions, please feel free to turn your cameras on, turn your mute on, or turn off your mute function, and ask those questions. Drop them in the chat box as well. I will be checking that periodically. But let's have fun, guys. It is Friday. Lay your hair down, all right? The weekend is upon us. And this is cocktail hour. This should be the happiest hour of your day, if not your entire week. And if you've had a week like me, you deserve not just 1, not just 2, but all 3 of these cocktails, all right? So again, I love to be engaged and interactive. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask those. There is no such thing as a stupid question. If I don't know the answer, I have a best friend named Google, and we will look that up for you, so don't worry. All right, so now I will go into all of our bar equipment that you will be using today. So if you want to go and grab these items, definitely do so. First thing will be our mixing tins, all right? I never leave home without my mixing tins. This one is specifically called a Boston style mixing tin. You might, if you have your own at-home bar, you might have one that comes more so in a 3-piece set with something like this, with a small top on it, and it has a built-in strainer. If you have one of those, that is called a cobbler style mixing tin. You can grab one of those styles, or if you don't have a mixing tin, you can use a mason jar or a protein shaker. As long as it has a top that fits securely so that when we shake up our cocktails, nothing spills out, you're golden, you're good to go. All right. For those of you that might not have a built-in strainer, you might find one of these. This is called a Hawthorne strainer. I love this one because it can just pop on to my mixing tin, my rocks glass, whatever, and I can adjust it based on how much or what exactly I am straining out, okay? We will also, you'll see me use a mesh strainer. When we use our mint, some of that strawberry, if you're using fresh strawberries, this will catch some of that pulp that's built in or that leftover residue so that it doesn't muddy your cocktail as much. So you will see me use this. If you don't have one, don't worry about it. It's no pressure, but I will go over that when we get to that drink. All right. If you don't have either styles of those strainers, you can always use a slotted spoon, which is something that you usually strain or drain your pasta with and should be in your kitchen area. All right. Our next item will be a jigger. Our jiggers can be an assortment of different shapes, sizes, colors. This one is going to be a 1 1/4 ounce at the top and then 3/4 of an ounce at the bottom. So a total of 2 ounces. You might see some that are 2 ounces at the top, 1 ounce at the bottom. You know, whatever your preference, it could be 1 ounce at the top, 1/2 ounce at the bottom. So just try to gauge what jigger you might have in front of you. And if you don't have a jigger, you can go ahead and grab a shot glass. Remember that shot glasses are usually 1.5 ounces on average. So you might have some that are a little bit smaller, a little bit taller, but on average, they're usually 1.5 ounces. All right. And we will also need a muddler. For those of you that don't have a blender, I will walk you through the technique of muddling your fresh mint and fruits, okay? If you don't have a muddler, you can use a wooden spoon or the bottom of an ice cream scoop, all right? And last but not least, you will need a bar spoon today. Bar spoons for stirring. The measurement side is usually a teaspoon. If you don't have a bar spoon, you can use a straw. You can use chopsticks. You can use a regular spoon. I've seen a lot of crazy things on these sessions. I've seen someone use their finger before. So it's completely up to you, whatever your preference is. All right. And some of the glassware we will be using today, we will be using a rocks glass. I'm going to be using a Collins style glass, something that's a little more taller, a little more slender. And then we will use a martini glass. Okay, martini glass. So if you have 1, 2, 3, none of the glassware that I mentioned, please don't fret, my pet. You can use all rocks glasses, all martini glasses, a stemless wine glass. You can use 3 plastic red Solo cups for all I care. Why? Because these drinks are going down the exact same way. That's right. Your glassware does not determine how your cocktails turn out. Only you can do that. And if you're listening, paying attention, and using that jigger properly, you'll be golden, all right? So that is all of the bar equipment that we are going to be using today. Of course, if you need to cut up any of your fresh fruits, then you will need a knife and maybe a cutting board to do that. And I advise go ahead and start that process right now so that all you need is to just kind of throw everything in the mixing tin or just it'll be ready for garnishing your cocktail, all right? And again, remember, we will also be using some ice for these cocktails. Now I will go over the ingredients that we will be using today. What I will do is go through each cocktail and the different ingredients that you will need. So if you want to kind of gather them together so you can know which is going in which drink, that's perfectly fine. Our first drink is going to be our Monument Mojito. I love a good mojito. So this is perfect for the summertime, fresh mint, fresh fruits, everything. So for this one, you can use gin, vodka, or bourbon, or if you are a rum lover, you have a traditional mojito, go ahead and grab some rum then. There's no harm in that. So gin, vodka, bourbon, or even rum. We're going to use some club soda. We'll use some lemon and lime juice, both lemon and lime juice. We'll use some agave nectar, or if you have cane sugar, white sugar, that works just fine as well. And then we're going to use some fresh mint leaves, okay? That is going to be for our Monument Mojito. All right. Now, this one does require a blender. Again, I'm going to walk you through how to use the muddling process instead of the blender. But if you have a small blender or you want to use a blender, please go ahead and get that one prepared as well. All right. And for our Gone to My Headstone, this one, we are going to use some Patron Silver and some of the Patron Citron, which is like the orange flavored Patron. We're going to use some pineapple juice. We're going to use a little bit more of that lime juice, and we are going to garnish it with a fresh lime for that one. Okay. And last but not least, our Risen from the Grave. That one we are going to use a citrus absolute vodka, so a citrus flavored vodka. It could be any one of your choice. We'll use some Saint Germain, which is one of my favorite liqueurs. We'll use some strawberry puree, and then we're gonna garnish that one with some strawberry and mint to give it a nice fresh component to it. All right. So those are all of our ingredients, all of our bar tools. I'm just looking to see how everyone's doing. Are there any questions so far? Anyone need any substitutions? Anybody have any questions on the glassware, bar equipment, or ingredients we're going to be using today?
No, but I'm all about the rum and the mojito.
And the mojito, yes. I love a good rum mojito. I've been into my aged rums more recently too. So,
ooh,
all right.
I do have a question on that. Should I use dark or white rum?
I would say traditionally mojitos use the white rum, but again, you can use both. It's just your preference on it. So I would say go with the white rum for this one. Yep. All right. Well, if no further questions, then we will go ahead and we will get to mixing. So again, let me know if you have any questions. Please feel free, turn those cameras on. Take yourself off mute if you have any questions. Drop any questions, comments, anything, jokes. It could be. Drop those in the chat box. But let's go ahead and get you guys some drinks in your system, guys. It's 7:40 my time. We're beyond ready for a cocktail. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to blend our mixture. All right. So, oh, you can't come off mute? Is that what I saw someone say? Ah, okay. All right, cool. We'll go ahead. We can use the chat box. No worries. No worries at all.
You can unmute yourself now, guys. Sorry.
Ashlyn, I was going to say that you should use both. You should try both drinks and do a little taste test.
Just a thing away.
I got you.
Message too. Absolutely get into it. I up and tried an old fashioned the other day with dark rum instead of whiskey in it, and it was amazing. So like, play with the flavors, do stuff, and then let us know how it goes.
I love a rum old fashioned, even a tequila old fashioned. Those are really, really good. So I'm glad you guys are experimenting already.
I admit that one I had at a bar. I cheated. I didn't make that one up on my own.
Some of us may have made the drinks ahead of time just to check it out,
Yeah, research and development. That's what we're here for, okay?
Which one are we starting with first?
We're going to start with the Monument Mojito first.
So we're putting them in the book. Okay.
Yep, we ready to get started? Any other questions? All right, so this one we will use a blender. However, I will demonstrate how to use the muddling process also. So if you don't have a blender, don't worry. I will walk you through how you can also craft your cocktail as well. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to mix our mint, our lemon, our lime juice, and our agave together. So if you are using a blender, you can go ahead and grab that blending carafe, pitcher, whatever you guys are using. Mine's super small, so it's like a little bullet one. Those are perfectly fine, especially if you're doing a single serve. If you're doing it more for a number of people, then definitely use a larger blender. All right, so I'm gonna walk you through how to blend all of that. I'm gonna call out each measurement with each respective ingredient, and all you need to do is add it to your blender or add it into your mixing tin, all right? So the first thing that we're going to add, for those of you that are not blending, you are just going to use it in your mixing tin or mason jar. The first thing I want you to do is go ahead and grab your mint leaves. I want you to add about 5 to 6 mint leaves, okay? I'm gonna add a couple more, okay? Add those mint leaves to your mixing tin. This is for those that are not using your blender. You are not using your blender, add those mint leaves into your mixing tin. If you are using a blender, you can also add your mint leaves into your blender. However, for those of you not using the blender, before we add the rest of our ingredients, grab those muddlers, and I want you to muddle all of those mint leaves, okay? Do your best to muddle them as best as possible where they are in tiny pieces, okay? Usually I never say this, but we want to try to get those mint leaves as muddled as we possibly can, okay? We want just small, tiny pieces of it, okay? Now, once you have, so continue to muddle all of those ingredients or muddle those mint leaves, and I'm gonna tell you all the other ingredients that we're gonna add to your mixing tin and to your blender, all right? So those of you not using the blender, muddle your mint, okay? Those of you using your blender is gonna do it for you, all right? So we've added our fresh mint. Now we are going to add in our lemon juice. Go ahead and grab your lemon juice. We are going to add 1 ounce of lemon juice. 1 ounce of our fresh lemon juice. I like to just see how everyone's doing. So you'll see me kind of checking in over here. Okay. Can't see too many people, but. All right, so we've added our fresh mint leaves. We've added 1 ounce of our lemon juice. Now we're going to grab our lime juice, and we are going to add a 1/2 ounce of our lime juice. One ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of lime juice. Okay. Our next ingredient, we're going to grab our agave. We are going to add in a 1/2 ounce of our agave. 1/2 ounce of our agave. You, for this one, could also use a regular white sugar, a raw cane sugar, whatever your preference is on your sweeteners. Okay. And I will repeat those ingredients before we start blending and shaking everything up. All right. So we have 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of lime juice, and 1/2 ounce of our light agave or cane sugar. We've also added in our fresh mint leaves. We muddled those for those that aren't going to be blending. And for those that are going to be blending, you've added your mint leaves into your blender. For those that are blending, you do not need to add ice, okay? You do not need to add ice. For those of you that are going to be making it in your mixing tin that are not blending, add just a few cubes of ice, just a few, okay? The goal of this is,
sorry, on the instruction, they said you can use honey too?
Yep, you can use whatever sweetener you prefer.
Okay. How much honey?
A 1/2 ounce.
Okay, thank you.
So for those of you not blending, I'm adding ice to the mixing tin because I want to try to break up that mint some more, okay? So since we're not blending, we're still gonna shake it, and that's gonna help us, even though we muddled, that's still gonna help us to break up those mint leaves, okay? So 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of lime juice, 1/2 ounce of your sweetener of choice, along with your fresh mint leaves. We're going to go ahead and start blending. For those of us using a blender, for those of us using our mixing tins, we are going to shake it for about 30 seconds, all right? All right, so if you haven't had your workout today, this is it. 30 seconds seems like forever. We're shaking up these cocktails, okay?
Okay, 5 more of these to go. And then you can do that.
We have our mixture. We're going to grab our cocktail glass, all right? And for those of you using the blender, you want that mint to become so minute. You want those pieces to be so tiny, all right? You don't want thick mint pieces in this drink. So we're gonna go ahead, once you're done blending or shaking that mixture, go ahead and grab your cocktail glass and fill it all the way up with ice. Okay. Fill that up with ice. We're gonna grab our strainers. And if you are using your blender, go ahead and add your ice and then pour in your mixture over your ice, okay? Pour in your mixture, use your strainers, pour in your mixture, just like that. You see how those mint leaves are super tiny? You can barely see them. That's exactly what we are trying to achieve, okay? You don't want big, thick clumps of that mint leaf, okay? Now, once you've poured that mixture together over your fresh ice, now you're gonna grab your spirit of choice, whether it's that gin, whether it's your rum, whether it's your vodka, whether it's your bourbon. You're gonna grab your alcohol of choice and we're gonna measure out 2 ounces, okay? Measure out 2 ounces of your liquor of choice. Okay, just like that. 2 ounces and pour it right inside your glass. Okay, I'm gonna add a couple more ice cubes to mine.
No, we.
Okay.
What for those who blended? We can put it in our glasses now.
Yes, you should have poured it in over your fresh ice.
Or I thought you said the ones who are I thought you said the ones who are blended don't need ice.
When you're blending it, you don't need ice, but you need ice in your glass.
Okay.
You want to drink more rum?
Get it go.
Okay, so in your cocktail glass, you're gonna fill your cocktail glass up with ice. You're gonna pour in your mixture that we just shook up or blended. You're gonna pour that in first. And you're gonna measure out 2 ounces of your spirit of choice. Okay, so that's where we are right now. We've added our 2 ounces of our alcohol. Okay, and now we are going to top it with our club soda. All right, about 2 ounces should be enough, but you don't need to measure your club soda. I usually just like to take it to about maybe ½ an inch from the top of the rim of the glass. Okay, stop it there. And then you can either use your bar spoon, or if you have a straw that you'd like to use, you can use that as well. You can use your straw as your stirring device. So we're gonna take our bar spoon or our straw and just mix all of those ingredients together. Your mixture, your spirit of choice, and your club soda that you've added. All right, just mix those together, just like so. Okay. And for this one, it's up to you what you want to garnish it with. You can garnish it with a fresh mint leaf, just like that. You can add a lime to it, completely your choice. But once you've garnished it, I'm just gonna make that look a little prettier, like that, okay? All right, once you garnish it with your mint or your lime or whatever garnish you wanna use for it, then you can go ahead, it's servable and certainly sippable. And ladies and gentlemen, our first drink of the hour, this is the Monument Mojito. Cheers.
Delicious with white rum.
You like it with the white rum?
The other one later with the dark rum.
Awesome. Did you blend it or did you use the mixing tin?
I'm a muddler. I have my little muddle.
Okay, perfect.
I use vodka and it's delicious, but I may not have added club soda. Just saying.
Okay. The club soda always, to me, just kind of mutes out a drink. So I don't always use club soda. Sometimes I'll use like a flavored sparkling water though. Like a lime Perrier or something like that. It's really good.
So I made mine a family affair.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I love that. Cheers.
And for those of you, if you want to make it a mocktail, this is an easy one. All you have to do is not add in the alcohol. So after you add in your mixture over your fresh ice, you can just add the club soda or your sparkling water. You don't have to add the alcohol. So if there's any kids, you want to make it for your kids at home or something like that, that is a way that you can turn this cocktail into a mocktail. And Dennis, I agree with you. It's always got to be fresh lime juice. I do not do any of the sweetened, the roses lime juices. Let's see, I know I have one somewhere here. These are good if you're like in a pinch. You don't have anything else, can't get your hands on any fresh citrus fruits. But I always recommend, if you can, squeeze your fresh lemons, limes. I even don't do that, especially if I'm doing it in both. But using unsweetened lemon or lime juice or unsweetened orange juice, like those, it really gives more flavor enhancement to your cocktails when you remove those additive sweeteners and stuff. So when you're just using your fresh agave, or when you're using just your simple syrup and letting that kind of add to the flavors of your cocktail, it really goes a long way. All right, so we're liking this first one. That's amazing. Any questions on that one before we move on to cocktail number 2?
I was just finally excited to use my muddler. I got these for a wedding gift, like, I don't know, 4 years ago. I haven't ever used it.
Yeah, so I love using the muddler. A lot of times, of course, you're going to use it for your mojitos. You use it when you have your fresh herbs, whether that's mint, whether that's basil, whether that's sage, rosemary, any of those fresh herbs and things like that. And for your fresh fruits too. So strawberries, your blueberries, blackberries, your watermelon, anything like that. Sometimes I'll make a watermelon mint margarita, and I'll muddle fresh watermelon chunks, fresh mint leaves, and then add in my margarita ingredients, whether that's my tequila, my orange liqueur, lime juice, and agave, you know? So it really is just a really great flavor enhancer. I love all natural products, so it's great to I like to play with the items that you might already have in the fridge or have in the cupboard, and you just want to kind of make a fun drink out of it, you know? So you can definitely have a little bit of fun with that. Even jalapenos, you know, cucumbers, like you really think outside the box. And that's where a lot of your mixologists, that's really how we kind of come up with some of these harebrained cocktails you see on some of your local menus. All right, so let's go ahead. The next drink we're going to do is going to be the Gone to My Headstone. All right, this one we're going to use some Patron Silver, some of the citrus Patron. We'll use some pineapple juice and lime juice, okay? And this one I am going to demonstrate and put it in a rocks glass. Oops, I almost dropped that. That would have been crazy. We're going to put that one in a rocks glass. If you wanted to put it in like a stemless wine glass, you could also do that one. We are going to add ice to this one. Like, we're going to add ice into our rocks glass when we serve this one, okay? So I went ahead and I rinsed out my mixing tin just because I had that mint that was still sitting in here, because our strainer, you know, it kept the mint inside of the mixing tin. So if you use your mixing tin, go ahead and rinse it out, get all that mint out, because we are going to do a new cocktail. And once you have rinsed your mixing tin out, I'll go ahead and start calling out the ingredients for the Gone to My Headstone. All right. So for this one, we are going to put all of our ingredients inside the mixing tin. Okay. So it won't be anything that you're going to have to add afterwards. Everything's going inside the mixing tin. Starting with our first ingredient, that's going to be our Patron Silver. We are going to add in 1.5 ounces of our Patron Silver. 1.5 ounces of our Patron Silver. Ounce and a half of our Patron Silver. Okay. Then we are going to add in 1.5 ounces of our citrus Patron. So it's called citronage. It's like so basically in the next cocktail, we're going to use a citrus vodka. This is the same thing, but it's just the tequila version. So it just has a lot more of those citrus fruits, mostly orange, some of that orange flavoring into the Patron. Okay, so 1.5 ounces of the regular Patron and 1.5 ounces of the citrus Patron.
Question: What is triple sec a potential replacement for that?
Yes,
Okay.
you could definitely use the triple sec or an orange liqueur because it has that citrus flavor. So orange liqueurs can come in a number of different types, styles. I'm going to show you two here. This one is called dry curacao. This one is called triple sec. You might have even seen some that look like this, a Cointreau or a Grand Marnier. Those are all orange liqueurs. Okay?
I have Cointreau. Is that instead?
Yep, Cointreau is like the premium orange liqueur. Okay, like it costs the most and it tastes the best. But Grand Marnier, while it is an orange liqueur, remember that this is infused with cognac. So it would be like Cointreau and Hennessy got together, had a love child, and named it Grand Marnier. That's how Grand Marnier. They're all made in the Cognac region of France, so they're all one big happy family.
Could I swap in limoncello or something like that?
You can use limoncello. You can use limoncello. That's going to give you more of a lemon citrus taste versus the orange citrus taste. But you could use the limoncello. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Or how much Cointreau or orange liqueur again?
I was just going to say 1.5 ounces of whatever you're using as that substitute. So 1.5 ounces of your citrus Patron, or 1.5 ounces of your orange liqueur, or 1.5 ounces of your limoncello. And we've already added 1.5 ounces of our regular Patron. Okay. Our next ingredient, we are going to grab our pineapple juice. We're going to add in 1 ounce of our pineapple juice. 1 ounce of our pineapple juice.
Do you have a favorite juice?
Pineapple juice?
Yeah, do you have a favorite brand?
So I'm really honestly not a pineapple fan. I hate to be that person, but I do not really care for pineapple juice. But I will say, like, for my clients, what I normally use is Dole pineapple juice. And I normally get the one in the can, just because for me, it can last a lot longer. If I have to store it or something, I just open it from there. That will probably be the one I go to. And I know that a lot of bars that I bartend at, that's the one that they use as well. So
Okay,
I can
thank
say
you.
that one. Yeah, for sure. Now, orange juice is different. I'm a Simply orange juice kind of gal, okay? I love all the Simply line products. So from the watermelon to the peach to the raspberry, all of them. I love them all. All right, so we've added 1.5 ounces of our Patron Silver. We've added 1.5 ounces of whatever citrus liqueur you're going to use, whether that's the Patron citrus, whether that's orange liqueur, whether that's limoncello. We've added 1 ounce of our pineapple juice. And then lastly, we're going to grab our lime juice, and we are going to add 1/2 ounce of our lime juice. 1/2 ounce of our lime juice. If anyone likes passion fruit juice, this has nothing to do with this cocktail. Welch's has a really good passion fruit juice that I love to use in, like, I make a peach passion fruit margarita. As you can tell, I'm a tequila girl, so I keep talking about margaritas, but I do make a lot of other drinks outside of just those. But Welch's has a really good passion fruit juice that you usually can find at your local grocer or Walmart also. All right, and it's perfect for the summertime. So we just added in 1/2 ounce of our lime juice. We've added in 1 ounce of pineapple juice, 1.5 ounces of our regular Patron, and 1.5 ounces of our citrus liqueurs, our orange liqueurs, limoncello, whatever. Now we're gonna add in some ice cubes into our mixing tin, okay? Here's my rule of thumb for how much ice to add. Usually I like to add enough ice that it covers the amount of mixture that I have inside the mixing tin. So if my mixture stops here, I usually like to add enough ice where it comes to about here. You don't have to fill this whole thing up with ice. I also add my ice last because let's say I'm making multiple drinks. I want to make sure I have enough room in my mixing tin to add in all of those ingredients. And what happens if you fill this up with ice and then you get to the top when you're finished adding your ingredients, there's no way for you to close your mixing tin because it's too much liquid in there. So I always try to kind of add the ice last just to better gauge how much more space I can even utilize within my mixing tin. Does that make sense? So that's just my rule of thumb. Every bartender is different. I also add my ice last because if something happens, you get distracted. That ice is automatically going to start diluting once you put it in your mixing tin. So you don't want a super, super watery drink. So I like to just wait until all the ingredients are inside. All right. So once you have all your ingredients, you have your ice inside. This is my favorite part. We did a little bit of shaking, but it's Friday, y'all. I told you, you got to let your hair down. I don't know who's been stressing you out. It could be someone on this call, but we're not going to name names and we're not going to point fingers. We're going to do as the great Taylor Swift said, we're going to shake it off, shake it off. All right. Shake those cocktails. You can use one hand. You can use two hands. Set your own path. But as long as you hear that ice crushing inside, you are crushing it. Okay? So keep shaking. All right? Whatever your preference is, with those biceps and triceps working, you will start to notice your mixing tin is going to become very cold to the touch and even frost up on the exterior. That's a great sign. Okay? And as you're done shaking, let's get some fresh ice. I'm sorry, I'm making so much noise. Let's grab some fresh ice. And we're gonna fill up our cocktail glass with that fresh ice. I told you want to make sure you have enough ice for all three of these cocktails. All right. Have it filled with ice in our cocktail glass. Give it one more shake. All right. Nice and foamy inside. We'll grab our strainers and we're gonna strain our mixture right over our fresh ice. Just like that. Beautiful. That looks really good, y'all. That looks really yummy. And then we are going to garnish this one with a lime. And if you have a ghostly bar pick or stir stick, you can go ahead and use that as well. I just have a bar pick here, but you guys will get the gist if you have one. All right. And that, let me get my little line on top, like that. All right. It is ready for you all to sip. So this is our second cocktail, the Gone to My Headstone. Cheers, everyone.
That's delicious.
We like that one?
Mm-hmm.
And there's not that much sweetener in this. This is 3 ounces of alcohol and then 1.5 ounces of pineapple and lime juice. So we didn't even add any additional sweeteners. And if you like it, that's really good. So it's not too tart, not too sweet, a nice blend. Good.
Our group goes hard.
Great, great. I'm just gonna scroll over. See if I can see anyone else's. Not too many people with their camera on, so hopefully everyone is enjoying some of these cocktails.
I wasn't able to get the ingredients for the second one, so I'm sad I'm missing out, but I'm still very much enjoying the mojito.
Okay, good, good. And this one, if anyone wanted to turn this one into a mocktail, instead of the citrus liqueur, you could use an orange juice for that one. So the orange juice, the pineapple juice, the lime juice, and kind of mix that together. For that one, I would probably suggest, if it is a little bit more on the tart side, to use a little bit of a simple syrup or an agave just to sweeten it up just a bit.
Do you have a substitute for pineapple juice?
Yeah, for me, anything citrus. I will immediately go to orange juice first. I would probably try. Then I'll go to, like I said, a passion fruit, a mango, a peach. I kind of try to stay in that tropical realm when I am trying to switch out the pineapple juice. Absolutely.
That was the odd thing I couldn't get today, which was
pineapple juice. Really?
Yeah.
Grapefruit juice is the one thing that I've noticed has been a shortage. I don't know who's going out buying like mini bottles of grapefruit juice everywhere, but I had to travel 45 minutes to find some of the little 10-ounce bottles, they have. I had to travel 45 minutes to find some of those. So there might be a shortage on pineapple juice and grapefruit juice. I'm just saying. All right. Are you not a pineapple fan either? Or you just it was because you couldn't find it today?
I love pineapple juice, but we haven't been able to get them, like the small ones. And I don't really want like the 32-ounce, like that's a little too much for me. So
you know where I go? I go to, I don't know if you have this in your area, Restaurant Depot. They have the small bottles and they have them in, you can buy it in a 24-pack or a 48-pack. I normally would just stock up on a whole bunch of those just to have them, so not having an inventory issue. All right, how we feeling? Feeling good? All right.
Feeling good.
Are we ready for our third drink? I know you guys are like, girl, slow down, but it's okay. It's happy hour, y'all. We can sip and we can shake our way through, okay? So
the third drink was like the one I looked forward to the most, and I tried it earlier, and I just made my second because I think it is so good.
Good, right?
Yeah.
It's the Saint Germain. I think the Saint Germain really just like makes it the best, right? And I would even, this is my little secret for this. You don't have to do this. This is not on the recipe card, but I would top this one with a little Prosecco or champagne. Give it like a French 75-ish type of feel, a little mimosa, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You add a little bubble to it and it's actually really good, especially if you think that it's a little too sweet, using the citrus vodka along with the strawberry puree, along with the Saint Germain. Just top it with a little Prosecco or champagne, and it's really good. All right, so what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna show you a quick technique. Since we are gonna use our martini glass, this cocktail is going to be served up, which means chilled with no ice. So how for our first two cocktails, we added fresh ice cubes to our glasses and then strained our mixture over. For this one, we're gonna shake it up with ice to chill it, but then we're gonna strain that mixture into our martini glass with no ice. So what I like to do in order to kind of have my cocktail glass match the temperature of our chilled cocktail, this is what I like to do. If you're working in your kitchen area and you're near your freezer, just take your martini glass and pop it inside the freezer for a couple of minutes. By the time we're done crafting our cocktail, it'll be nice and chilled for us, okay? For those of you that are like me, you don't really feel like running all the way across the room to get to your freezer, this is what we're gonna do. Grab a couple ice cubes, just like so. Okay, and one of these is water. All right, then we're gonna add some water to it. Just a little bit of water. Don't need a lot, okay? And we're gonna give it a little swirl just like that, okay? And then we're gonna set this glass to the side. So you have one or two options. Pop the martini glass in the freezer or add a couple ice cubes, a little bit of water, swirl it around, set it to the side. That is going to naturally chill our cocktail glass for us, okay? Now, before we add our ingredients, we are going to dump that ice and water out. We're not adding our ingredients to that. I just want to put that out there first, okay? All right, so we're letting our cocktail glass chill on the side. Now we're gonna grab our mixing tin, okay? And again, we're not adding all the ingredients into our mixing tin, but I am gonna give you the ingredients that we will. That's gonna be your vodka and your Saint Germain. And guys, I think I'm gonna use a gin. A part of me wants to try a gin with this. Let's see. I'm gonna switch it up. Bear with me, okay. I'm gonna use a gin, all right? So you guys use your vodka. I'm gonna use some gin for this one. And we're gonna add 3 ounces of our citrus vodka. 3 ounces of our citrus vodka. Okay, 3 ounces of our citrus vodka. And I know I'm changing the recipe on my end. That's the fun part of mixology. You can have a recipe. Think of that as just like your baseline, and you determine what your preferences are. So if you want to add more gin or more vodka, go ahead. As long as you're not driving and you're being safe, you can do it, all right? If you want to have it a little bit sweeter than what the recipe calls for, add additional sweetener. If you want it more tart, take out a little bit of that sweetener or add more of that citrus, okay? So you can play with these cocktail recipes all the time. So we added in 3 ounces of our citrus vodka. Next, we're gonna grab our Saint Germain. We're gonna grab our Saint Germain and we're gonna add in 2 ounces of our Saint Germain. Okay, 2 ounces of our Saint Germain. Okay. All right. Now, once you have those 2 ingredients, go ahead, let's add some ice. You do not add your strawberry puree into your mixing tin. We're gonna add that into our cocktail glass. All right. So we're adding some ice to our mixing tin. Okay. And you guys know what to do. Pop the top on and you shake it like a Polaroid picture, all right? Shake up that mixture. Got some vodka. In my case, I have some gin and that Saint Germain. All right. And once that's shaken up, go ahead and grab those martini glasses out of the freezer. For those of you that have the ice water, give it a couple more swirls. Just like that, okay? And then we're gonna dump that ice and water right out, all right? This is what we're looking for when we're asking for a chilled martini glass. See that frost? That's perfect, that's beautiful. That's what we're looking for, all right? So before we strain this mixture, we are gonna grab our strawberry puree, okay? We're gonna measure out a 1/4 ounce of strawberry puree. 1/4 ounce of strawberry puree. And we're gonna pour that in the bottom of our martini glass, just like that. All right. 1/4 ounce of the strawberry puree. One more shake here. Okay. So we've added our strawberry puree. Now we're going to strain our mixture with our vodka and Saint Germain. We're gonna just pour it in just like that. Right? Is right. Is right for that one. That looks so amazing. I'm so excited. This is probably the one that I've been the most excited about. All right. So now we are gonna garnish this one with a strawberry and a mint leaf. So I have a little bar pick here. I've sliced up some of my strawberries. Sometimes you can do a number of things. You guys can have fun with the way you garnish it. You can use a bar pick. Sometimes I like to just float a strawberry and maybe a mint leaf, like just on top of the drink. It doesn't always have to be picture perfect. You know, you can have a lot of fun. Sometimes I'll even take the bar pick and like do a cute little design with the mint leaves going through and like intertwined with the strawberries, something like that. Like you can really have as much fun as you want with the way you garnish your cocktails, you know? So it's completely up to you. I wish I could show you kind of how it's just like sitting on top. The strawberry slice is just floating. And how I slice my strawberries, I will take the full strawberry, cut off the leaf, and then just do thin slices. I like that. I think it looks really nice. It looks clean. But you could just do chunks. It's up to you, completely up to you. Have your, let your creativity flow, if you will. All right. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, that is, what is the name of this one? I forgot already. Risen from the grave. That is the risen from the grave. All right. Cheers, everyone. And that's with the gin instead of vodka. I do not like vodka personally. Takes me back to college. And those are times that I want to just let's stay in the past. So I've moved on from that, but that's really good with the gin too. So vodka and gin are very interchangeable. They easily kind of mix very well with whatever flavors you're including in them, especially vodka. So once you mix it with that elderflower, that strawberry, those are the flavors that you're going to taste and pick up very quickly. And the same goes with gin. Again, like your martinis, you'll always notice that your bartenders, if you order a martini, they'll ask you want vodka or gin. People have different preferences on that. So those are probably two of the most similar cocktail spirits out there. So this one goes very well with both.
Which one is your favorite?
Gin.
I know of the three cocktails tonight.
Oof. Now that's hard because I am a tequila girl first.
Okay.
So I would probably go for the second one, the Gone to My Headstone, probably naturally first. However, this one, I really think if I topped it with champagne, that would be my favorite.
Okay.
Because that's something that I would definitely order at a bar immediately. Mm-hmm. Right. I think I need the bubbles to make it like complete for me. Put it in a flute. You could stay in a martini, but I'd probably put it in a cute little stemless flute glass, have my strawberries floating in, you know what I mean? And that would probably be my drink of choice for sure. And I love the Saint Germain. And that's just like,
yeah, I do too.
You can't go wrong with the Saint Germain. I actually want to try this one with tequila though. I think I would try that one. Yeah, I would try that one with tequila too. I'm just going to check in on some of these comments. Okay. Some folks use Saint Germain in place of any kind of simple syrup or agave. Absolutely. So Saint Germain is a liqueur. It's an elderflower liqueur. If you just go shopping in your local liquor store and going down the liqueur aisle, all of those are like sweetened alcohols, right? They're flavored. You have blackberry liqueur, Chambord. If anyone's ever had that one, that's a black raspberry liqueur. You can have your maraschino. Yeah, your Luxardo is a maraschino cherry flavored liqueur. So you can have, that is one way that you can really add some powerful flavor to your cocktails. I say powerful because remember, that also has an alcohol content volume, right? If you want to ease off the alcohol, I wouldn't necessarily suggest going straight to your liqueurs. I would say try to incorporate some of those juices, some of those citruses, some of those fresh herbs and things like that. But yeah, Saint Germain, your blackberry, that already has sweeteners in it. So when you add that to your cocktail, you may not need an agave or as much simple syrup or as much honey in your cocktails. All right.
We're big fans of bitters.
Oh yeah.
So for like Christmas, I gave my husband, I think it was like a collection of 30 different bitters. And even if like you don't want to drink very much, like on, a weeknight, you can put that in some soda water, club soda, and it's
yes. I actually really love it, especially for hangover cures. If anyone out there, or not even just hangover, just like a little tummy ache or something like that, nausea, club soda with Angostura bitters, just a few dashes of Angostura bitters and fresh ice. And for some reason, I promise you guys that it works like a charm, like almost instantly. So that's something. And then I love that you bought so many different types of bitters. I have like a whole collection of like the Woodford Reserve bitters. So I have orange, chocolate, cherry, peach, and regular aromatic bitters. And I have fun with like adding those and playing with some of those flavors in my cocktails too. So absolutely. And now people are coming out with so many different types of flavors of bitter. So that's the really cool and fun part. Like, especially if there's any bourbon drinkers out there, you love old fashions. Instead of you making your own syrup or bitters and stuff with it, you can just get the syrup or the bitters that's already pre-made, especially for those old fashions. So all you do is add your whiskey, add the bitters, or add the barrel aged syrup, and it's ready to go.
I just want
Sharon, you're a pro.
Hi.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to be known. I only made one. That was the mojito, because I don't drink alcohol like that. But for preparing for this, um, to purchase, I was in the liquor store yesterday and I was looking for gin in the wine aisle. So my family was laughing at me because I don't drink. I was like, oh, I get to do this. And so my son, when we were making this, my son was laughing at me. They were like, oh, they get you the non-alcoholic making the drink. So it was so, even though we were making it, everybody's laughing at me because I don't drink like that. But I really enjoyed myself. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And even if you don't drink like that, that's the thing, that you can make these into mocktails. So, even if you don't want to add alcohol, let's say you wanted to make this last drink that we used, you could muddle some fresh strawberries, maybe some fresh mint, get some elderflower syrup instead of the liqueur. Or I think you could even use the liqueur and maybe not use as much of the vodka or gin. You know what I mean? Like, you can just ease up on that and use more of those natural flavors. And that would, it'll still turn out like this, especially with using the strawberry puree, and maybe add some sparkling cider or some sparkling white grape, to it. And that could be that gives it the carbonation, or tonic water. You know what I mean? Like, you can still have fun with these drinks for sure.
I said I don't drink, but I passed the cup. My husband and my son, they took the cup. So
you playing bartender.
Right. So it was really good. I'm excited. Now, if this is what's to come for next week, listen, I can't wait for next week.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be putting all of these skills we learned to use next week in late night sessions.
You're right. And Shannon, I think I want to come. I think I want my room next to your rooms, because that's.
Sharon's not going to be there, but you're going to be there in spirit, Sharon.
I'm totally virtual, but I'll be drinking and watching virtually for sure.
Yes, she'll be on late night virtually.
Caitlin, will you be there?
Say it again.
Is it Caitlin?
Oh, Caitlin, yeah.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Oh, will you be there next week?
Sadly, no. I did not get my act together quickly enough to help process things through the city. So I'll be like Sharon. I'll be there in spirit and with spirits.
With spirits.
With spirits.
And with spirits. Ghostly spirits. God,
right.
all three.
Hey, Shakira.
I get prepared with the right glass.
Yes.
Shakira, I think you may well find some other folks who may share a drink with you. So.
Oh, real? Okay.
So
well, I can't wait.
Fear not.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. It is not a dry campus.
I do want to add that I've added some of my drink pictures to Slack. So I encourage you all to add your photos if you haven't consumed them already. I love to see how yours turned out.
They're gone, but
I might make another one of the mojitos though, and I can take a picture of it and then put it up.
There you go. There you go.
Love it.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for letting me be a part of your session and hosting you all through this mixology happy hour. I'm so glad you all enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot and maybe taken some of these tricks and tips and techniques. And I want to see you guys utilize some of these. If you're all ever looking for additional recipes, I'm going to drop my Instagram @SoMixy. You can also follow us at Host Events. But I usually always drop some different reels and some cocktail recipes for the summer, especially. So if you ever have any questions or anything, just let me know. I'm happy to share some of those recipes with you.
How do we send tips?
I have
the bartender.
I will also put my Cash App here. That's for the Cash App. And then the @ one is @SoMixy. That's the Instagram.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
this was a lot of fun.
And send pictures. If you guys take pictures, tag us at Host Events. Let me put that one in here too. And @SoMixy. I love to repost my clients. So I love to see that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much.
You all
Thank
are
you so much for this. This was really
Enjoy
fun.
the rest of your weekend. Oh, sorry.
No, thank you. You too.
It's
Have a
all
good weekend. If folks want to stick around, we can for a little while longer. We have the room open till 9. And want to chat, that's great. If not, if you want to get on with your Friday night, you most certainly can too. But I'll hang out here until everyone leaves. Enjoying my cocktails.